Hello, and welcome back. More Metro Awakening. So we left off killing some worm boys and trying to get to Yana. Yes, because Petia said she was down some hole and now we're trying to get her, I guess. So, yeah, hopefully we're near the end. Said that last stream and went on for like 5 hours and there's still more. So yeah, I don't know. We will see. So place your bets now. Is this going to be the last stream or not? Well, I'm starting pretty late, so I'm probably not going to do another 5 hours if it does take that long. So hopefully it's nice and short and sweet, and we get a nice finale. Alrighty, let's continue. Okay. Turn on my straps. Strap on, strap in. Okay. You know what, let's turn on the lights. Slow. Alright. I think I'm ready. Maybe. Okay. Hopefully there's nothing too spooky. I mean, honestly I don't really like fighting these worm guys because they're kind of scary, but... let's get the AK. Oh shit. Oh dear. Okay, that's not ideal. Well, the blowpipe seemed quite effective, so maybe I'll try that. Oh, I've got the shotgun. Shit, I forgot about the shotgun. Okay, I'll equip the shotgun for now. Whoa. The game's feeling a little laggy. Hopefully it'll smooth out. What? Where did he come from? Was he just standing there? Yeah, I don't like fighting these guys. Fuck me. Who else? Who else wants to go? Loud immediately. Okay, the silenced pistol is really not as effective as I thought it was. Probably due to my shit aim. What? Okay. Come on. Come here, boy. Probably move up with a shotgun, shouldn't I? God, it's fucking dark. How's that it? Okay.
Lot of magazines.
That was just awful. That was just... I should have just used the blowpipe. Blowpipe was like super effective last time. Okay. God, it is so dark. You know, I was watching the VODs back, and it's so bright on the VODs. Like, you can see like everything super clearly on the VODs, but yeah, it's very like muddy and dark and sort of grey everywhere. It's hard to make out things properly. Got a thing? Do you have a flashlight? Of course. Okay, so I should only use the pistol if I'm like, can really take care and actually aim properly. Got no ammo now, so it doesn't really matter. Hopefully I'll get a restock soon. Shotgun seems pretty effective though. And nothing. Who could have guessed? Is there actually supposed to be stuff in those boxes, or is that like, if you're playing on the easy mode, there's stuff in those boxes or something like what? Oh, have we found anything in those boxes ever? I don't think so. I don't remember finding anything in those boxes, but maybe once or twice. Whoa. What the fuck?
Hello?
Whoa. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Please answer. Shit. The dead are coming. They are coming from the old smugglers unit.
Alright. Good for you, lady. Close that up. Deal with our business. Okay. God, I feel like my cable's already getting tangled up. I'm gonna spook more, some more ghost boys. Gonna spook me. Woo! Hello? Anyone wanna die? I don't like it. That box is open. What's that about? This doesn't seem like the right way, does it? I feel like something's gonna happen. No? Weird. Pre-opened box. Sacrifice me! Okay. Oh, there's a weird world. Just a weird glitch thing. VR game of the year. Okay. Guess not this way. Have I missed an obvious place I should be going? This music is not helpful. What the fuck is that? Is that me stepping in this blood? Very wet, sloshy blood. The smuggler's tunnel. I guess follow the flares? Question mark?
I heard Yana's voice. She's still calling for Petya. Then those assholes took her away. We can still save her. Max! Please, where are you?
Who are you?
Here.
Tassia.
These scumbags, they dragged her all the way down here and killed her. Here.
Max, where are you? They must have taken you here too.
No, I'm just an idiot. Here by my own free will. Is there a hole? No. Can we jump on this? No. Okay, it's chanting. That was a good sign. Can I not jump up this? Is that not a thing I can do? What? What? Why did the ghost ladies talk to me? This feels like a place to jump up more, but I guess it's to jump down? Nothing there though. Not missing anything. Why is this so confusing? Well, I came from here. And then there's this. Walk it around. Walk through here, somewhere here. That was the weird place, that was nothing. Where were we? More flares. Huh? Right, and that was some lady talking on the phone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Which is nothing, just some... What? Fucking hell, guys. VR game of the year. What the fuck is this? Look at this. They didn't even... What the fuck? Oh, and there's like weird invisible skeletons as well. I don't know, I feel like... Is this the actual game, or is this like my graphics card like bugging out or something? That's pretty bad. It's not even like a non-obvious one, it's just right there. Yeah. Okay. Where are we going? So it's not either side of here. I'm so confused. I was chanting over that way. Oh. Okay. 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 Woo! Shit me.
Why lucky? You want to be eaten? You look tasty. Not bad idea. No, not eat. Slaves chosen by the war. Prepare for waste and soul. You are right. And to the word of less suffering. Good thing we sacrificed them. Yes, good thing. Set them on the right path. We are good.
These guys are like literally goblins. Guess over here. That's not. Oh, what the fuck? Why would you do that? 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 Why would you do that?
What is what? I hear the voice. Noise. What noise? There's noise.
Okay. Kinda like. Shame we missed out on the dialogue of these boys because I just went in and murdered everyone. You gonna... Oh.
So? So what? What noise? Oh, no noise. Oh. Okay.
Okay. I like that. It's kind of funny. Yeah, kind of sad that I just massacred them all now. And didn't listen to any funny dialogue. I was trying to sneak past. Oh, and chanting stopped. That's good. That's another good sign when the chanting just abruptly and immediately stops. That's what you want. I feel like I should take a bottle. Just so my controller doesn't spaz out and drop it. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of guys around there. There's bottles right there. Cool. I want to snuff out these flames. Okay. I guess not this way. Yeah, but I don't like sneaking. It just makes me more anxious that I'm gonna get spotted and I'm gonna panic rather than just setting up on a good position and mowing them down. Am I supposed to go down here with the flares? Oh, there's something over there. Let's just put this down. You know, no, that's brilliant. Can jump off? Yeah. Oh. Those are clearly boards to be plucked. But not this time, I guess. Can we even get around here? Also, it's very slow and boring having to crouch everywhere. Whatever. I can't climb this, can I? Is there a climb button that I'm missing, or...? Okay, I guess. So I can't sneak? Like, am I just being an idiot, or am I not just... not getting the level design? Hello, these are stairs. Stairs? What? Why? Stairs? Why am I not walking up the stairs? VR Game of the Year? Hello? VR Game of the Year? Okay. Those stairs don't work. Game is feeling a bit slightly stuttery. So we're walking over here. This seems extremely dodged, but... What the fuck? I don't want to do this. Like, what? Do I need to, like, distract them and try and sneak past or something? Whatever. Did I just shoot him, or is they gonna go on high alert if I shoot him?
Something fell. How could you get it? Nobody here.
They're just gonna stand around this fucking campfire? Maybe, can I go around the other way? Is that a better way? Doesn't seem to be a proper way around though. What was that? Oh, you fucking villains. Oh, they didn't immediately react to that. Is he... I don't like this. Yeah, the other guy's been alerted. Did they see that? Did you hear that? What the fuck? Okay. Wow, rotten fire. Brutal. I've got a couple pistol bullets. I'd like to retrieve my darts. Oh god. Calm down. The autistic screaming is very real. Oh. I think these guys might be like Rick and Morty fans or something. Jesus Christ. I don't like how skittish they are. the sewer gang. Tunnel rats. Tunnel snakes. Tunnel rats. Yeah, these are the tunnel rats. We've got tunnel snakes at home. Oh my god. See what I mean? I don't like that they just run around. Come on. Make my day. Shut up, man. Just come here. Can I jump down? It's boring. Come on. Oh my god. So is this light next to these lights? Dude. I've had too much sugar.
The blood is going up. It needs to stay in.
Alright, dude.
Stop bleeding.
Have I got a thing like that? Go yourself, come on. Well, this whole place is lit, I can't push. So it's kind of difficult to like panic aim with this thing. Oh, he's gonna sprint around the corner and spook me. Apparently that I'm not in light over, even though I definitely am. It's just taking too long. Oh. Come on, around the corner. Come on, buddy. These are the guys that got rejected from the tunnel snakes. And then they went mad from rejection. Very sad. Ooh, shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are they doing? Oh. Okay. That's they're dead. I don't even need to get headshots with these. Where's the... Oh, okay. Where did I hit him? Oh. Did I take this guy's one? Man, really, like, the ultimate weapon against these guys are their own weapons, which is great. And they don't seem that perceptive either. I suppose isn't that surprising. Yeah, these guys need to like lay off the monsters or something, you know, lay off the energy drinks. I don't like the really abrupt stop. Very strange. Hello? Can I go around this way? There's literally no one here. Okay. Oh. Yana. Okay, let's just... Oh, right. There's like an invisible wall here. Look at this. I'm trying to walk forward right now. I'm walking forward. VR game of the year. Why is there an invisible wall here? Oh, that's why. Okay.
Easy cut.
Get out.
We can eat.
That fucking stupid.
The Batman is breathing.
Bang! Punch!
Let them meat for us. Only the worm's
There it
enemies
goes.
can be eaten.
Guys, I'm actually a
He
doctor.
looks
So
like an enemy.
I could medicate you guys and make you normal. Huh? You don't have to be weird goblin people anymore. Okay. Excellent. See, like, once again, right, if I wasn't controlling this guy, he would have died such a long time ago. Worm. 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 Hell yeah, I love your getup, bro. Man, I get a free seat as well. I get like the whatever that seat is when they're up there in the theater, you know. I get the premium seat where like the president sits. That's pretty epic. Oh. Just listen to the sermon. Just take a seat. Bit in the way, isn't it?
This woman does not love the world.
Whoa, bro. Bit weird. Bit rapey there, man. Just because a lady doesn't love your worm, it doesn't mean you should kill her, bro. You know, I get it. These are literally incels. That's what they are. They're not...
This one.
Oh. Hello. They're incels. I understand now. I get it. They hate women. I get it now.
When the woman came,
See?
I at his field.
I see. I knew
The
it.
great worm had chosen her for a reason.
The way the great worm is his penis. That's what he's talking about.
She is merely the arrow,
Yeah.
pointing to that which must not be missed.
I also hate women. Yeah. Woo.
Why
Let me
do
out,
you
guys.
look so familiar, stranger?
Because
Only here for her.
I'm a Chad. I'm the White Knight.
Well, somehow I think not.
I'm the Mega Chad that's gonna buckle you guys up. The king of all incels. Look at that. That's Andrew Tate right now. If the apocalypse happened.
Let the truth pass through you, God, for you are the vessel of this world and its creator. Now tell me, what has the world sent me? Who is this man?
That's right. The Mega Chad. Genghis Khan.
Very good, my son.
The Genghis.
Now,
Oh, there's a lot of them.
sing God's name.
Oh.
So the world knows you, for he shall follow you soon.
No!
Yana, I have found Petya. Can you hear me?
Ah, you should have said that before she got stabbed, bro. You should have said that before she got stabbed. No.
Not what you seek.
You should have said that before she got stabbed, bro. Let me out! Let me out! Whoa. Whoa, whoa. That's right. Oh. That was my great worm. Fucking you guys up. Bitch. Oh, I got shit on my face.
Han?
Hello.
Is that you?
I guess I died. I'm dead.
Who's there?
It's me, hello. Oh, goodbye.
Serdar?
No. No, 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 no. My love, please. I can't lose you now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did it all have to cost so much?
Good. Epic knife there. Can I take the knife?
Where are you?
I'm a doctor.
Yana?
Do
I'm
something.
here, my love.
Yo.
Is it true? Did you
Can
find
I-
Petya?
Can
I
I?
would have said anything to get you off that altar. But yes,
Well, but you
were
didn't.
right
But you
all
didn't, though,
along.
Serdar. You
You
didn't.
really found him. Is he with you?
It isn't safe for him here, but he's close.
Oh.
What is it?
I knew you were coming. I saw it in a dream.
Nice.
Great Genghis Khan.
That's me.
I will
Mega Chad
always come for you.
Genghis Khan. Nice. Nice. Oh. The death
I
train.
know it's disorienting, but there are dangers here. I can guide you, but you have to trust me.
Always.
Okay. Well,
Take me to my son. A noble Khan.
alright, the roleplay's gone a bit too far now, don't be all noble stuff, alright? That's a bit too far for me. Alright.
Can we go? I can't.
I take the epic
believe
knife?
we're actually going to be with him.
Look at this like legendary epic knife and I can't even fucking take it. I'll leave it in my wife. I'm not even gonna like
Wait, is he alone? Maybe we
Do
should
it,
hurry
okay.
along.
Yeah. Alright, we're moving. Fine, come on. Well, I think all the incels are dead, so your corpse should be fine. Won't be desecrated. Okay, where are we going? What? This is the right door? Am I jumping down? Jumping down? Ooh. Whoa! Uh-oh. That doesn't feel
We
good.
need to go.
Okay, alright, fine, we're going. Get out of the way, bitch! Ah! Go away, ghosts, no one likes you! Ah! Oh, my legs are getting tired. Oh, I just need a breath. Okay. Oh, look, the box magically moved out of the way! Get the hand! Get your hand on it, bro! I'm going so fast! Oh, I should have really worked on my cardio.
This way!
Oh, sorry, I need a breath. I need a breather. Woo, okay. Alright. Wait, which way? This way? Where am I going? Wrong way? Where am I going? Yana, you left me. Yana, you left me. Am I dead? Oh. Fine. Yana, you left me. Where am I supposed to go? Hello? Yana? Up here? We're going this way? We're going up? Yana, where the fuck did you go? Okay. Yeah, I mean, the running scenes are kind of funny because you do actually like run out of stamina, which feels a little bit weird.
Yana, are
I
you
don't
still
know.
with
I
me?
don't have my guns.
Serdar, where is Petya?
Through here. Follow me.
It is safe. I
Follow me. Whoa! Oh! Ow! Whoa! Guys, where am I going? Oh. Yana. People are dying. It's fine. Go. Whoa! Oh, Yana, go. Can move! Move! Jump! I'm trying my best, my cardio, I'm a doctor, I'm not an athlete. I'm a doctor. I'm not used to this, I just wanna be in my office helping people. Ah! Yana, please guide the way. Oh, there's crazy incels trying to kill me. Yana, which way? Am I going this way? No, there's a ghost. Oh, not. Oh, Yana ghost. Yana, yes. Quick, the incels, quick! Quick, Yana, go! Oh, I should have drank some water or something for this. I'm getting very parched. Whoa! Ah! Oh, the poison out, the poison. Oh, it feels tingly, but I'm fine apparently. Oh, right in the buttock, right there. Oh, that really. Oh, another in the other buttock. Oh, I'm trying. Oh, sorry, my cardio. Okay. Oh, fuck you, incels. Where are you, incels? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh. They're popping out of the shadows just like incels do. Honestly, I knew it. I don't have. Oh. Oh, what? Are we supposed to be moving? I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, that was very exciting, wasn't it? Whoa, what was that? Am I gonna have to run? Or can I just be on the gun again, please? Please don't make me run. Please be on the gun. Oh, fucking okay. Good. Thought they were gonna make me. Oh, there is a heal right there. Well. Fucking incels! I'm gonna kill you all! Take a grenade, incel! You can't stop me, I have machine guns. I'm a Mega Chad. I'm a doctor. What are you? You're nothing. You're weird goblin people. Oh shit, what is that? Oh, blow him up. Blow him up. Oh, blow him up. Blow him up. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay. I think we wiped out all the incels. And the world was a greater place for it. The end. We saved the metro. You know, there's Nazis and commies and slavers and raiders, but we got rid of the incels, so everything's gonna be fine.
Oh, thank goodness.
My head is killing me, God. Oof. Really had quite a knock there, Jesus Christ. Thank God I'm a doctor and I can patch myself up. Do I have a heal, or am I just gonna have shit in my eyes this entire time? Okay, good. Should have healed. Yana, where do you go?
Yana,
Oh, this is
are you
nice.
with me?
Nope.
I'm here. The danger's past, hasn't it?
The people
rub
of
my
the
hands
Great
properly.
Worm and all they unleashed are no longer our concern. Yana,
People
I
of
am
the Great Worm.
so sorry for every injustice, for every shade of doubt, for every pill I made you take.
Thank God. Thank God is.
What did you say once? You never have to
Realized.
apologize for loving me? My husband. You help people. That's who you are.
I just sentenced
yeah,
countless
but-
men to death in there in the name of helping people.
Nah,
That's
whatever.
who I am. A destroyer of worlds in this life or any other.
I'm
The
Genghis Khan.
reincarnation of Genghis Khan.
He says Genghis Khan, but everybody else says
Everything
Genghis.
has a cost.
Okay.
You wanted me to be happy. You saw the cult needed to be stopped, and you stopped them.
Yeah, but just because you do something for someone else's happiness doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
Something worse. Or to make something better. My love, look around you. If life and death aren't absolutes, then maybe good and evil aren't either.
Well, yeah, they aren't.
And
No
yes,
shit, Charlotte.
even for vicious Mongolian
If you
warriors.
think good and evil are, you know, black and white or whatever,
Even
you're an idiot.
vicious Mongolian warlords.
Life is a lot more complicated than just good and evil, you fucking monkeys. For sake. Doesn't make up for anything, alright? Knob. Okay. Yana? I'm scared. Yana? Are you gone? I see dead people now. I am a doctor medium. I heal ghosts now. I am a healer of the dead and alive. Is that a way to say it? I don't have my lamp either. This is going to be very wholesome and lovely, isn't it? We get to reunite our mother with her son, but they're both fucking dead. Isn't that nice? But we can experience it because we can see ghosts and we get to experience the nice wholesomeness. Isn't that nice? Definitely makes up for 10 years of doubting her and medicating her and never listening to her. And doubting her the entire time. Definitely makes up for that. Well, hopefully they'll have nice, lovely ghost lives in the metro. Where it's lovely and nice. Betcha? Betcha? Betcha! Betcha! Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm here. Mama's finally here. Mama. How many times do I have to tell you? If you want to get lost, just don't do it alone. I know.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I'm so sorry, Sechok. I tried so hard to find you, but I wasn't exactly top of my class at mom's school.
Are you kidding me?
They're like
You're the
headbutting each
greatest
other.
mom in recorded history.
I don't
You sent Genghis Khan to find me.
know that.
Yes, I did.
You only needed to die. Isn't that nice? You only needed to fucking get stabbed in the chest in a ritual sacrifice in order to be reunited with your son. That's so nice.
Not again.
You definitely couldn't have lived another 50
This is
years and died a
something new.
natural death and then been with your son, but... Oh, they're going to the afterlife. It's the afterlife. It's the heaven train. That's a long fucking train. God damn, son. What, there's some 2D sprite gifs?
I thought we'd have more
Wow,
time.
that's...
Don't worry.
Well, you should have...
Whole time
should have spent time with
I'm
it,
pretty
shouldn't
sure it lost that battle. Perhaps to the great Khan himself. You can lead my son and I to a place like this, and time cannot keep you from me. You will find me when your work is done.
When I die. Okay.
Oh. And what work would that be?
I'm a doctor!
You do learn, Khan, and you do grow.
What? Human
Not
being
just going
learn
to
and
leave
grow?
here.
But I'm
Are
doctor.
Isn't there any way?
Do not fret. I'm only starting to learn the rules, but I'm pretty good at figuring
Guys,
things out.
before you go, I'm just gonna grab my gun and I'm gonna shoot myself and we can be together forever, hey? How about that?
It may be a very long train ride.
Don't worry, I'll be with you guys. Let me get my gun. Where's my gun? Did you see my gun? I think they might have took my gun. Have you got a knife? Maybe there's a knife around here somewhere. Maybe
We'll be waiting for
no, I just need to find a gun. Just give me a sec, alright?
Time in the universe, thanks to you.
Just... Guys, come on, guys. I don't want to be alone in the metro, please. Oh. My gun. If only I had a gun. Just like at the start. If only I had a gun.
Remember your first kiss?
And I
Her
had a gun.
eyes closing, the breath passing over your lips in the seconds before. The longing to discover what comes next. You're losing yourself to merge into something unspeakable. To see to the unknown. And to feel happiness you'll probably never be able to match with anything else. Or
Oh, yeah.
will you?
What a gangster.
What if nothing is gone forever? What if no one is? Maybe the darkness that we run from is filled with their voices, and you can hear them, and they can hear you.
That's so deep.
Maybe not.
Probably not.
One thing you learn in the metro is that everyone has their own truth.
Oh dear.
So here is mine.
That's what they're gonna end it on.
He who has enough courage and patience to stare into the darkness for his entire life shall be the first to see the flash of light.
Really speaking to all the no-lifers out there. All the basement dwellers. Well, there you go. There was only an hour left. Difficult. I mean... I don't know. Oh, I'm just taking a seat. Just gonna sit down. That was a bit sappy and shit. I didn't like that ending. I mean, it was like a very obvious ending as well. This music is really loud. I'm just gonna let the credits roll. James McGookin. What a name. McGookin. I do always like looking at people's names. Some people have very interesting names. Really? There's not a lot of people working on this. Pretty small team. Considering. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't want to make of it really. Just, it felt like a very okay. Music skipping it. Like QA test. They got 5 QA testers. What they're fucking doing? It actually seems pretty large. More QA and QA. Fucking hell, how many fucking babies? The fuck? Like 8 babies? Jesus Christ. There's more? Okay, the team seems massive then. Okay, I was wrong. Team seems quite large. That's a Rob Van der Sloot. Van der Sloot. I like that. That's the last name. Funny name. Yeah, it felt like a very like generic sort of like happy like trying to sort of like see the silver lining in things, but it's like felt very forced. I don't know. Like it didn't. I don't know. Like we just watched our wife die. But then it's like, everything's fine because she's with us, son. Like, what? There are 2 people I saw him running, bruh. I like the music is really good. Like, the mixing of the music I found quite annoying. Like, yeah, I felt like the music was like way too loud at some points. But the music itself was pretty good. There was some very slow credits. Yeah, they didn't have a lot of additional voices. Oh man, they had loads. The fuck? I didn't feel like they had a lot of voice actors. It felt like I heard like 6 people throughout the entire game, and maybe 10. That was it. To our fans, thank you for playing Metro Awakening. We're absolutely humbled by your passion and drive and honoured to receive your support. We couldn't have done this without you. We look forward to the next step in our virtual reality. To see you soon. Sure, I'm not, unfortunately. And there you go. Yeah, I mean that whole end sequence bit felt janky as hell. There are multiple like bugs in the environment, like I kept getting lost. Like sneaking around to Yana and then very abruptly getting knocked out or whatever. Like it's so like I don't like games in general, but especially VR games that like railroad you super hard. And I understand, like, obviously it's a story game, you need to activate certain things and, you know, whatever. But I'm gonna use Half-Life Alyx again. I never felt like there were like these weird awkward moments, personally. Oh, I don't have any that stick in my brain, at least. Yeah, it just felt a bit janky, you know. And yeah, then trying to end it with like this nice, like, I feel like I'm gonna have to watch the VOD back and like really listen to what he said, but I feel like it just didn't really resonate particularly. Like, it felt like like they were trying to like go on or like, I don't really understand what the message was. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm fucking stupid. There's a very large possibility. But I feel like even if I did fully understand what they were trying to say, it just didn't, like, my brain doesn't even want to try and comprehend it because it just sounded like a bunch of nonsense. I don't really get what the whole Great Worm thing was about. Like, was that literally just a cult that worshipped the weird death ball in the metro? And like, was the weird death ball just always a thing in the metro, or like only certain people can see it, or I don't really understand. I don't really understand the whole cult thing going on. I don't understand us being Khan. I don't know. I don't understand why that was a major thing throughout the entire story. Like that we were Genghis Khan. I really don't understand why that was the case. Like I was saying in the previous stream, I feel like the game would have been a lot better if they just simplified a lot of things. Like if they simplified a lot of the gameplay, like shortened it down, if they simplified the story, like the whole, like we had vision, like did we hallucinate, or did we have visions, or and like the whole ghost stuff going on. And then there was like a weird liminal space thing. Like, what was that about? Why was there like a liminal space? Like, it doesn't, like, none of it really adds up particularly, you know? And this is also what I said as well in the previous stream. Like, I felt like it wasn't gonna end in a nice, cohesive way that like explains everything and really like, I wish I had hands right now, but you know, like blends everything together and you're like, oh, okay. But it didn't really have that. I didn't feel. Yeah, like, were the worm people just crazy, or were they also, like, did they also have visions and can see the dead and stuff? And I, like, I didn't, like, and also the story didn't really feel like a Metro story to me. Like, it was set in the Metro universe, but it didn't. Like, when I think about... I never completed the other games, like I said, but I understand there's a lot of weirdness in the other games, but I don't know, like, that weirdness felt like it made sense for some reason. But this just felt like, now there's ghosts, and it's like, okay. now you can see ghosts for some reason. Yeah. I don't really... and like everything felt like it went too quickly. That's also why I'm saying they should have simplified it and just like got the core elements down. Because I didn't like. I just don't feel like there was enough time to process what was going on properly, and things felt like they were happening very, very quickly. Well, I don't know. Once again, maybe it's just the way I played the game. But I feel like that's a sign of not a very good game. If the game's confusing depending on the way you play it, you should just, you know, whatever way you play the game, it should be good. You know, like, and I wasn't trying to like break the game. I wasn't trying to, like, I wasn't actively trying to find bugs or anything like that, or like, you know, but they just kept appearing, kept coming up. Yeah, I don't know, and like, at the start when you could interact with the piano and the guitar and stuff like that, but then there was like nothing else in the entire game that you could interact with particularly. Like there's a few crates you could open, and the valves and stuff, yeah. For how long the game was as well, I felt like a lot of the mechanics that are like VR mechanics, in quotations, felt a bit like overplayed, in my opinion. Like, I'm gonna use Half-Life Alyx again as an example, but I feel like with the when you like hacked stuff, right, in Half-Life Alyx, there were like these mini games you had to play, right? But there was like a multitude of mini games, and they progressively got harder, you know? And there was a bunch of different ones and stuff, so it kept things interesting, kept things unique. And like, there weren't loads of times you had to do it constantly, and when you did have to do it, it felt right to do it. It felt like, yeah, this is what I do now. This makes sense. But for a lot of this, it just felt like, turn this valve because VR mechanic. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, I don't know why there's so many valves and things to fucking turn. Like, it just, And once again, it felt like it was overplayed. There's a few times where it was like, okay, yeah, no, it makes sense that there's a valve I got to turn or a door thing that I got to twist. But it felt like I was doing that like way too much the entire game. And like turning a valve is just like you're just turning a valve. There's nothing interesting about it. Once again, with the Half-Life Alyx, like you don't just turn a valve, you don't just do a thing. There's an actual puzzle to it, you know, and the puzzle is unique to like is a VR mechanic, but it's actually implemented really well, and it's, you know, like one of the ones I really liked is when you had to do the I forgot what they're called, but like the electrical ring game where you couldn't touch the sides and stuff like that. You know, and then the ball that you had to twist around and like link to other things. That was really cool. You know, having like 3D puzzles that actually required you to like move around in the environment and interact with the environment, which is like unique to VR, or at least it's just like intuitive in a VR game. But yeah, a lot of this stuff didn't feel all that great. I liked like reloading. I liked the way the guns felt. But like the flashlight cranking mechanic, I understand that's so like, you know, when you're like walking down a hallway, it starts flickering. You're like, oh no, I need to turn it on, and it kind of adds what's the right word? Adds like a sort of pressure, or adds like a adds to the spookiness type of thing, I guess. But at a certain point, when I've done it for like the 20th fucking time, it just kind of gets old, you know? It just gets really old. And I don't understand why they didn't, like, throughout the game, change it up a bit, you know? Like, add something to it, like, why didn't they just, like, I wish they would have just had, like, you found a battery that you can attach to it, and then it just makes the thing last longer, so I don't have to do it every, like, 5 minutes. You know? And, like, if you're a smart player, then you're gonna make sure that's cranked up before going into a room or before doing anything, so you want to do it like quite often, even if you don't need to, so then you're just doing it loads. Like I feel like this game is made for casual players, ultimately. So like, but then at the same time, if you're a casual, this like, the game's fucking scary. You know? And like the game's, if you're not used to VR, it's like a 15-hour long game or something, you know? And if you're a casual, there ain't no way you're playing a 15, 14-hour long narrative, scary game, surely. Right? Unless one, you love Metro, or two, you love horror games. Or three, you love VR stuff, right? And I feel like all three of those are kind of niche in terms of like, if you like horror stuff, I mean, like, for all three of those, you need a VR headset. For all three of those, you need a computer that's powerful enough to run this. Although saying that, obviously, I'm streaming at the same time, so it's, like, not as smooth as it could be, but I am on a 2-stream or 2 PC setup, so it doesn't impact performance that much. And I've got a pretty beefy PC, and it still didn't run all that great. Although I've got the spectator cam on, so that probably hinders performance quite a lot as well. So if you were playing this just for yourself, you know, you wouldn't have a spectator screen on. But also saying that, I feel like this would make quite a good game to like show your friends or something like that. But then at the same time, it's such a long game, and it's such a narratively story-driven game that you can't really just show people it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like maybe you could pick a good chapter and like show somebody like a section of it type of thing, but I don't even know what section I would pick to show someone the game. You know, like maybe like let someone play through the prologue and the chapters, but then you don't actually get to experience any of the spooks, which I feel like is what kind of makes it interesting. Or like, you know, when you're with someone and you want to show them VR, I feel like if you're going to play a spooky game, you kind of want some spooks in there, surely. Like, when I was showing my friends, like we played a bunch of like horror stuff and everything. It was very funny watching people get scared in VR and like fucking with them and stuff, you know. So it's not really a game you can show people, and yeah, like I don't know. You just got. I feel like you have to persevere so much to really get through the entire game. So it's just a bit. I don't quite get it. You know, maybe I should take off the VR headset and I'll put the camera on and I'll talk into the camera and the actual mic and stuff. But yeah, those are pretty much my final thoughts. Ending felt kind of cheap, felt kind of generic, felt like, you know, they had to make some like weird bullshit happy ending thing, even though like literally 10 minutes ago you watched your wife get stabbed. You know, but then you're just like, oh, but now she's with Petia and now they're going on the heaven train, so everything's fine, you know. And also it just feels like it kind of ends like I want an epilogue. Like I want an epilogue to see what the Khan, like how he deals with now seeing ghosts. Like he can see ghosts, and before all this happened he was like a hardcore fucking like no bullshit, no, you know, nothing. But now his entire worldview has completely changed. Like his life has completely changed. He's accepted that he's the reincarnation of the great Genghis Khan. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that kind of, and then he's just standing there being like some fucking monologue about, oh, the people and, well, okay, goodbye hand. You know, people don't die and maybe they're there forever and blah 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 blah. You know, I just felt a bit, I don't know. Everything felt a bit abrupt. I don't know. But, you know, hopefully it was good to watch. And from what I've seen from rewatching the VODs, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good watchable game. So that's good. But okay, should I? You know what? Let's take off the VR headset and I'll put my camera on and I'll talk properly. Talk properly. You know, give my final thoughts about it, rather than just staring at this for the next like 20 minutes. You can have a look at my lovely mug. Not a cup, my face. Alright. Sure. Alright. It will be a minute or 30 seconds or something. Don't turn the stream off. It will be a second. I'm just gonna BRB while I set it up. Hello. I kind of feel weird now that I don't have any music to go with it, but there's like shit on my desk. Okay, so that was that. I feel like I should put some music on or something. See if I can find like the metro. Oh. 2 seconds. For fuck's sake. Oh, I forgot to add a mic to this scene. And I guess this is the green screen version out. Alright. Hello. Very awkward. Alright. It's fine. Everything's under control. It's just okay. It's just saying that I feel a bit weird without any music going on now, so I will. I'm not prepared for face cam. Let me find some music, and I need to add another audio source for the music. Audio output. If I just do this, will this just? No, because it's Steam. Okay. Shut down Metro. Metro soundtrack. Hopefully this is copyright free. I don't know though. Kind of scared it's not. It should be fine. It's the game. Oh, God, my hair's a fucking mess as well. My hair's a fucking mess. Can't even hear it. Very good. Why is it not coming through? Because I've still got Steam. Turn that off. Oh yeah, okay. This is the same song. Okay. So, final thoughts. That's the wrong way. Oh God, I was looking at the camera. This is my brain. Alright. Fine. So, yeah, final thoughts. I feel like I don't know, I just woke up from like a dream or something like that. That's what it feels like. Where I was trying to chill. It's gonna be copyrighted. I had some stuff to say, but now I've taken off the headset. It's like put me in a different mind. My glovies on. Don't even really need to bother wearing these gloves when I'm not playing like an active game. I'm sweaty. Anyway, so final rating out of 10. Blow out the mic. Sleep noise. So I would probably say 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. There are bits I enjoyed, but that ending was just like, I don't know, it just didn't do it for me. Yeah, it just didn't really like I don't know, when things are all like shit and like hard and your wife just died, to like end it on that just felt a bit delusional, to be honest. Just felt a bit like it sounded like some cope, you know. And like the whole, I don't know, just the whole. I don't know, just like, I don't know. Like, it felt like everything was predestined to happen. That's kind of what it felt like. But I feel like it just felt like that because it was very railroady. So yeah. I just like, I feel like, why couldn't we have saved our wife? Like, they want to end it on like this weird happy note, but we just watched our wife, like, I can't get over that. We just watched our wife get stabbed in a ritualistic sacrifice. And also, like, what even happened to the weird cultist man? To the great worm himself? Like, did he just get sucked up by... Did he just get sucked up by the void, by the death train? Like, yeah, just the whole cult thing, really, I really don't understand. I feel like the reason there was a cult was so there were slightly different enemies. And they just kind of like smashed it in there. You know, in the last couple of hours, or last like hour and a half. Just to have some difference, so you're not... Excuse me, so you're not fighting like raiders or something. But... And... like, did she... Like, was she special? I guess she was special, because the cult... But then, like, what they were... The, like, cultist boys, the incels... It sounded like they sacrifice people all the time. That's just what they do. You know? Like, she was just another sacrifice. She wasn't some, like, you know, the chosen one or something like that. She was just another sacrifice for the Great Worm, right? That's what it seemed like. So... yeah... And I feel like with Metro, like, the end should be, like, bittersweet. You know what I mean? Like, everything is still shit. Everything is still radioactive. There are still monsters everywhere. There are still, like, these suffering dead souls that are just, like, wandering about the Metro. There are, you know, like, his old settlement was still destroyed, right? Like, that wasn't a vision. His old settlement was literally absolutely destroyed. And then we saw Max die and everything, so, like, now that's the second time everything we've ever known has been destroyed, and we've watched, like, we've had to watch it happen. Even though it was, like, second-hand watching it, because we weren't, like, actively there when it was being destroyed. Now that we saw ghosts, we could see, like, the whole reenactment of what happened, you know? So he did get to see everybody die again. You know, I just, like, how is this a happy story? How could you end that on, like, a happy thing? Like, it's nice that Petya and Yana are back together, I guess. They're ghosts now, though, so I don't really... Like, and it kind of seemed like they would have. I don't know. I don't like. Are we like some sort of harbinger of death or something like that? Are we like what's the? Are we like Karen? Was it Karen? Carol? The boatman in Greek mythology, you know, like, are we the people that carry the dead to wherever they're supposed to go or whatever type of thing, like, but they didn't indicate that whatsoever particularly. That's just me, like, extrapolating, you know. Yeah, like, I just don't get the story. Like, if somebody understands the story properly out there, I would love an explanation. Or your theory, at the very least. But yeah, it just didn't. It didn't like. There's not a single point in the story, I don't think, that hit me. You know what I mean? That I was like, oh, okay. You know, I'm feeling emotions from what I'm watching right now. I don't know. You know, maybe I'm just hard to please, but I've watched literal children's cartoons that are better written than that and have more emotional content than that. So I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, once again, I feel like the game is made for casuals, or in other words, normies. Because the whole like mental illness thing that was going on was just like left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I didn't feel like it was that. Respectful isn't the proper word, but it didn't feel like they did it in a very respectful manner. That isn't quite the right word, but like it didn't feel very like he was a doctor. He's not a fucking psychologist. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't. And like what we don't even know what type of doctor it was. It was just a GP. Was he just a general practitioner? Was he just like the guy that you go to when you got a cold? You know, because they ain't gonna know fuck all if it's like, yeah, I'm having hallucinations. Alright, go see somebody that specialises in that sort of stuff. I don't know, like the whole thing about getting the medicine, and even the fact that they had medicine, just felt weird and bizarre as well. Like it's been 10 years in the metro, right? Like, why would there even be like anti-psychotics or whatever? Like like why would that be in the metro? You know, like what? Surely like there wouldn't just be like a big like pharmacy in the metro, right? Like I don't get that either. Like, how did the lady find this like stash of prescription drugs? You know, oh, she's really good though, that's why. And it's like they didn't even venture out into the surface. You know, like, are we supposed to believe that that the person who's supposed to get the meds are people that venture out to the surface and then get supplies like medication and stuff? I guess that's what we're supposed to get from that. And then we were hoping that we were just gonna find her, and then she's just gonna happen to have the drugs on her, even though she's been AWOL for like a week. You know what I mean? Like right at the start, it's like, you know, she hasn't been around this entire time, and like he's joking about it, and it's like, how are you not like? Do you not think she's dead? You know, are you not concerned about your like number one courier who gets supplies not being around for like, you know what I mean? I just like, what? Like she just, what? Did he think that he just? That's a strange one. Did he just think that she just was like, I'm done with Max. I'm just gonna ignore him now. Like I don't get it. I don't get the whole scenario. It just seems like every single bit of it seems off. It seems weird. And like, I don't know. And like another thing is like, why would you let the mentally ill woman, even if she has engineering skills and stuff, be in a place that is like highly like vulnerable, you know, like highly, what's the word? Like, you know what I mean? Like you could easily fuck things up in that place, and they let the mentally ill woman in there because they didn't explain that either. Like, what is she, an engineer? Is she? Why is she there? Like, why is she helping? You know, is there not something else she could do that wouldn't be so destructive? You know what I mean? Isn't there somewhere she could like constantly be around people, so if she does start acting up or whatever, like people can be around and like help her? It just doesn't. It like so many things about it don't make sense to me. You know, and I feel like the only way they make sense is like everybody's fucking stupid. Like that's the only way any of this happened, is that every single character is a big dum-dum. Big old dum-dum. Which it's just not good storytelling. It's not good writing, in my opinion. High toxic and dangerous. Yeah, it just and like that was their like major like food supply as well. So if something fucked up in their mushroom farm, then people are gonna have to like go hungry, you know? They're gonna start rationing stuff again or whatever. Like there's just so many little bits that are like, why though? And most of the explanations is because it's a game. You know what I mean? Like, for example, why when we said we're gonna go out and try and find the medication for a wife, Max gave us an empty handgun. An empty handgun. Like, what? Like, you're not gonna give us some fucking bullets. You're not gonna give us an assault rifle or a shotgun. When there's literally like a store that has like has a big mounted machine gun just sat there, has shotguns, has assault rifles, like clearly has ammo and stuff. But he's like, oh yeah, take this, take my little shitty handgun, but I've got no ammo for it, so good luck. And then it's like, hope you find some ammo on the way or something, you know, hopefully you don't run into anything dangerous in the fucking metro. It just doesn't like, it doesn't make sense. I don't get it. And like, him being a doctor, like I feel like the only reason he was a doctor was because of the whole like prescription drugs thing. Like that, I feel like that was the only reason he was a doctor, you know? And once again, right, he is a fucking doctor. How many fucking doctors are there in the metro? It seemed like none. It seemed like he was the only doctor. So why would Max, who runs the entire place, let their only doctor out on a literal suicide mission? Why would you allow that? Why would you allow that to happen? When you've literally got some grunts like sitting around at the front door being like, oh, hey Sadar, I've been sitting here waiting for you the entire time. Max has been asking for you. It's like, well, send one of these fucking chumps. I don't, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And if you can't stop Sadar from going himself, then at least give him someone, or two people, like, give him some bodyguards. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, the character motivations are, like, weak at best and nonsensical at average. Not even at worst. Like, at worst, they are like just brain dead morons that have the like capacity of a child or something like that, like and are unaware of everything around them, you know, like rather than seem to match the person that they are portraying. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Like the only reason they are what they are is because they say that they are what they are. That, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, they aren't what they are because of what they do and what they say and how they are. They are who they are because somebody says you're a doctor. Or because they go, I'm Genghis. Everybody calls me Genghis Khan, so I'm the destroyer of worlds, and I have this inner turmoil within me. I'm a doctor, but also a destroyer of worlds. It's like, shut up, dude. Fucking work out your personal issues, man. It's just... Yeah, there's many things that just don't... This makes me want to play the other Metro games, you know, so I can actually experience a good Metro story. I don't know, maybe I will. Maybe I'll be tempted in the future. But, I mean, for right now, I want to play some VR games, so unfortunately that's not going to happen anytime soon. But, yeah, maybe in the future I'll play a Metro game and can actually experience a good Metro story. But yeah, the entire story just felt like it was there, so you weren't just like walking through a sand. Like I feel like the game would have been much better if like your place got destroyed and then it was just you having to survive the entire time. You know, and then you meet people who help you, and you know, like okay, like why wouldn't you start right with the settlement being destroyed, and then you are just having to survive? That's the entire motivation, is not to die, which is a very, very good motivation. You know, like rather than I need medication for my crazy wife, I'm gonna go because I'm a doctor and I'm stubborn. You know, it's like, well, you're just gonna walk out into the radioactive metro full of, like, fucking dangerous dogs that could rip out your throat, and raiders and slavers and all this stuff, and you just... Yeah, like, they could have made the story so much simpler and made it actually make sense. Like, if the main motivation for your character was survive and don't die, and then on top of that, right, let's say that the settlement gets destroyed and you end up getting lost, but you survive somehow. Maybe slavers or raiders come and kill everyone and you manage to like hide yourself, or you know, maybe like some rubble falls down and you get trapped in the rubble, and then you wake up and then you're able to like push the rubble off you, and you're like stumbling around all bleary-eyed and you're like, oh fuck, what's happened? You know, and then you're walking around like everybody's fucking dead, or people are missing, there's like everything's been destroyed, you know what I mean? And you're not really sure what's happened. And then you have your wife, Yana, and then you're like, where's my wife? You know, so you end up looking around the station trying to see if you can find any bodies, or see if, you know, you're shouting out, oh, Max, where is anybody alive, you know? I feel like that'd be a lot more compelling as well. And then you would have the solid motivation to, 1, find your wife, 2, not die, like 3, find everybody else who was in the settlement, you know, 4, figure out what happened, even, you know. And then throughout all that, you would be alone for most of it, right? But then throughout the journey, you could meet people that would help you, meet NPCs, you know what I mean? And like, maybe there's just some fucking guy who's like on his own surviving the metro, and he's like, oh, I saw the slavers take a bunch of people, and you know, and you explain to him, oh, have you seen my wife? She looks like this, and she's wearing this, and he's like, I saw her. Yeah, she was in a slaver train. I think she's being taken to this place, you know. And then you're like, okay. And then you start making your way to that place, and then you have the whole thing of dealing with raiders and dealing with monsters and radiation and going through tunnels and blah blah blah, you know, like finding your way to this place. And then when you're finally at that place, you have like a big shootout with a bunch of raiders and blah blah blah, and then it turns out, oh no, my wife's not here, she's been taken away to be sold to someone else, you know. And then you gotta catch up, but then luckily there's like Max there who's in a cage, you know, and you're like, oh Max, you're safe, you're okay, you know. And then he's like, oh, Yana's been taken, you need to be quick, I think they're gonna sell her, you know, like. And then, like, let's say Max has, like, he's been shot in the leg, so he can't help you, and it's like, oh, you just got to leave me. it's okay, I'll try and make my way, and I'll unlock all these other cages, and hopefully we can find a safe place to stay, you know? Like, come on, like, I just thought of that, just, like, right now, off the top of my head, and, like, is that not a much more compelling, easy, like, to understand, you know, good motivation for the main player character? Like, everything just makes more sense, and, like, then, like, I feel like you could immediately start, you know, adding the weird, creepy stuff, or, like, there's, like, very slight ghost stuff going on, because you've woken up and there's, like, loads of people dead, and everything, and, like, now your mind's starting to sort of, like, you don't know if your mind's starting to fragment, because all these people are dead, and your home's been destroyed, and your wife's been taken, or you're, like, experiencing visions, and you know, you're becoming some sort of fucking wizard medium, rather than just, like, I can't even remember why we started seeing ghosts, or, like, what was the build up to seeing ghosts, like, what. Was it just a bunch of people dead? I can't remember. Was it when we went back to the station? I swear it's slightly before that we started seeing ghosts and everything. So... yeah, I don't know. I also, another big reason I feel like the story should be a lot more simplified and, like, easy to understand is because the game is very anxiety-inducing, panic-inducing, it's very stressful, like, you're just focused on not dying and not being scared, so your ability to, like, process what's going on and the information that you're taking in is, like, a lot harder, you know what I mean? So if and there's not really any time where it's just, like, sitting back and just, like, thinking about everything that's just happened, you know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of moments of calm, there's not, you know? So, like, that's another reason why I feel like the story is just kind of all over the place, and it didn't need to be all this weird and because the game itself, I enjoyed the game. Like, actually playing the game, I found quite enjoyable. Like, even the really spooky, scary sections were, like, very effective. They were very spooky and scary. You know, but they weren't so spooky and scary that I couldn't, that I was, like, frozen in fear type of thing. Yeah, like, there was some sections where, like a lot of the raider sections where you just walk into a room and then it's like, when we moved that thing and an alarm started going off and then it's just like, raiders appear. It's like, where the fuck did these guys come from? Like, I don't like that. I don't like that it just feels like hard, like, not even a double, I was gonna say a double dozen. You know, like 20 plus people just appear out of nowhere. And it's like, I didn't hear a single noise, I didn't hear any indication that anybody was even remotely near me. And now suddenly people are rushing out of doorways and coming out of places and, like... And, like, that, I feel like is just poor, like, game design, you know? You know, like, when we did that, I thought the place was completely empty. I was like, this is weird. I would have thought there'd be, like, some people walking around or, you know, some noises happening or whatever, but it's just dead silent. Yeah. So there's lots of bits like that where it's just it felt very gamey. It felt very much like you're playing a video game now, and it really did, like, take me out of the story quite a lot, because it's like, okay, now I need to focus and actually, like, just make sure I don't die and, like, make sure I can aim properly and, you know, just play a game. Yeah, like, it didn't feel very natural. It didn't feel very intuitive or anything like that. It's just like, you know, alarm happen, enemies come out, and you shoot them. Which, yeah, I mean, a lot of games do that, but I feel like a lot of games kind of, I don't know, make a bit more sense, or give it some sort of spice, you know, like, a lot of it was just, there's raiders, I have gun, I go, boop, 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 and they're dead. Next section, you know? You know what I mean? It was just like, it wasn't very dynamic. Like, a lot of the sections didn't feel very dynamic, or there's much going on, like, and I mean, a lot of the sections as well, when there was just, you go into a room and a horde of enemies appear, felt very much like I should just stay in a spot that was like good cover, or was like in a corner, or that it would funnel the enemies, and I just stand there and just wait for the enemies and pop them, and then there you go, you know, end of section, moving on. So yeah, lots of bits didn't feel all that exciting or dynamic when I feel like they should have been a bit more. And I don't know, the only thing that made them like feel like all not exciting particularly, but like I don't know what word is really, but if like made things feel a bit manic, made things feel a bit like, whoa, what's going on? Was the music. Like, I feel like the music played a big part of like, oh, there's stuff going on, because the music was just going crazy, it was really loud. But I feel like if you turn off the music, things would be a lot more like calm, a lot more like, just take things slow and methodical, and so yeah, I mean, another thing is, I think the AI was a bit, like, the raiders didn't feel like they worked together particularly. Like, they didn't ever throw any grenades or something like that like forced me to move, or I don't know. Yeah, so once again, as much as I did enjoy the game, I felt like there was many bits that were kind of overplayed. And like, once I shot one, 20 group of raiders, how English is be, but once I dealt with one horde of raiders, I felt like I had dealt with all of them, do you know what I mean? And maybe doing it stealth would have been more interesting, maybe, but I also feel like doing stealth, especially in a VR game, is like very slow, and it's very boring, and I don't want to have to be stuck in a section for like an hour because I'm waiting for a guard to like do his patrols and stuff like that, like, it's not really the one for VR. Like, I do think a stealth game could work for VR and could be really good, but it can't be like just a traditional stealth game where there's patrols and you have distractions and you get them to go over the place and then you bop them in the head, or you shoot them with a silence pistol or a crossbow or whatever. It just feels like it would take fucking ages, and the game, I ran through a lot of the sections and just blasted everyone, and it still ended up being, 14 hours long, right? I don't quite know, I think it might be like 13, maybe, because I spent a lot of time talking in these streams, so, yeah, like, I don't know, maybe if you're a bit quicker than I am, you do it like 10 hours or something like that. But like, at the same, like, this is the thing, right? It's a scary game, so you're gonna be slowly creeping through things like checking corners and being cautious, right? So you can't really speedrun the game on your first playthrough, at least. And it's not the type of game you want to speedrun. You want to like soak in the atmosphere, and you want to, look around and take it all in, type of thing. And especially because there's loot, and the loot is important, especially if you're not good at aiming. Like, if you miss a bunch of bullets, you're just out of bullets. You're just dead, I guess. You're just like, GG's. Like, well done, you die. Rip Bozo, you know? Like, that's it. And so it kind of forces you to look around and like loot and take the time to do all that stuff. So yeah, I don't know, there's just like there's lots of individual sections that felt quite good, but as a whole, it just felt like they've just took all these sections that are pretty good and then they've just smushed them all together without really like thinking how things, you know, lay into each other and how it all stacks on each other and how it all works together and everything, right? Because yeah, like I was saying with the flashlight thing, when you're cranking it, like it's cool, like the first few times you do it, and then it's just a chore that you gotta do. Like once again, sure, maybe it adds to the atmosphere and, you know, oh, my light's going out quickly, I've got to go out and do it. Like, there's a couple times like that where, you know, I was in a tunnel and like my light started flashing. I was like, oh fuck, get the thing out, start doing it. I liked those moments. Those moments were really good, but at the expense of having to just do it. Like, I feel like I did it like over 100 times during the entire playthrough. I did it like so much. And when you're just walking around and you're like, oh, my light's going out, let me just charge it up, there we go. You know, and then it's like, oh, we're going into like a spooky section, let's make sure my torch is charged. And then also having to do it for like all the doors and all the carts and everything. It's like, could you not spice it up and add a little something different, you know, rather than just it's just, you know, like it's literally just here, and then I just do this, and it's like, that's not, you know what I mean? I want to be like doing stuff with my hands, not just it's not utilizing VR very, very well, I don't think. Like, once again, at the start, the first few times you do it, like, oh, that's kind of cool, and you get to see the little light, and you hold it, and it's like, oh. But they really should have just, halfway through the game, you just find something that's a lot more powerful, or it holds the charge for a lot longer, or something like that. Because, yeah, it just became a chore. That was just annoying to do. Yeah, anything else? Anything else? I feel like maybe I should make like a proper review for the game, but at the same time I'm lazy. It takes effort. Yeah, I don't know. It just, I feel like I would have given it a 9 out of 10 if the game was like half the length it was. The story was a lot more simple. Like, you still could have had the story of Sadar trying to save his wife. You know, you could have still kept that core element of the story, and Petia and all that. You could have kept all of that coreness of the story, but just like gotten rid of it. Like, just get rid of the fucking cultists. Just get rid of them. I don't know why. What even was the point of those guys? I don't know. To like add some sort of like, ooh, intrigue, and like see as well, like at the start when we find the lady who's died, right, the courier who was supposed to get the medication, like, I feel like once again the worms, the only reason the worms exist is so they could have like spooky red flare room with dead people on spikes, and they're all weird and it's gross and it's spooky, and oh, there's strange symbols on the wall. What does it mean? Oh, it's just a weird group of goblin incels who worship some great fucking worm. They sacrifice people. It's like, okay, you know, like, if you played Metro Exodus, there's a lot of bits where you like meet or not meet, but like you interact with like communities. Like there's one with the weird like preacher person in it, where they're like a cult, but they're like kind of normalish people or whatever. I can't quite remember, it's been a while since I played it, but and then you go on, and when you're in like a desert, there's like another, they're not quite culty, they're like mind washing people, or like they got slaves or something like that. They're like slaver people, not slavers, but they have slaves, type of thing, you know. And like I quite like those, and like I still can remember those little communities that you interacted with in Exodus. But like that makes sense, right? Because on Exodus you're firstly on the surface, secondly you're on a train like journeying through large stretches of the land, so of course you're going to meet various groups of people and whatnot. But this just felt like one of those groups of people, but it's not like a long, you know, in-depth game that you're supposed to play for like 20-30 hours or whatever. Get up Exodus, I'm sure I play Exodus. Yeah, so I played about 20 hours of Exodus, and I don't think I was like even near the end of it. But yeah, like it felt like that, like it was a weird little subset of people, subculture, subgroup or whatever. It just felt like, you know, but like they had such a hard impact on the entire story, it felt, and I don't really understand why. It seemed like they were just a bunch of crazy people that were just, I mean, maybe I missed vital dialogue when I just like massacred them, and I didn't, you know, I didn't sneak around and like listen to them talk about whatever they were talking about. But at the same time, I feel like that's kind of a fault of the game. You know what I mean? If I don't understand them at all, and the only way to actually understand what's going on with them is to listen to their dialogue, but I have to like sneak, and I don't want to sneak, and you know what I mean? Like so yeah, like the cultist guys do make sense in the Metro. Like I don't have an inherent problem with the cultists, because I feel like, sure, that honestly, like, yeah, there's gonna be a weird group of like cannibal goblin weird sacrificing people or whatever, that I can totally see that as a group of people in the Metro. But for this story specifically, it just didn't feel like it. I don't know, it felt like a strange, it just felt like a strange addition to the whole thing, because we didn't really get to understand what they were about. We didn't even really get to see what the like main leader cultist guy was about. Like they just sacrificed people, it sounds like. So yeah, it just doesn't feel very, like with Metro Exodus, there were multiple instances where you kind of like are like naturally forced to sort of listen to what's going on, right? Or I don't know. Yeah, it just doesn't. I don't know. Let me look at how many people completed the game. 12.6% of players completed the game, which I feel like kind of says something. And yeah, so I mean, yeah, I just got a bunch of problems with the whole thing. Like I was saying, like the section of like cultist people makes sense, but then they kind of just like smushed it into the game without really like linking things properly and making it feel like a cohesive actual story. Like, it felt like they were there to, one, add extra spookiness, two, add some sort of like intrigue thing of like, oh, what's going on here? And like three, to like add more enemy variety. Four, to like have some excuse for Yana to die. But also have it in like a dramatic way where we get to watch her die. You know what I mean? Because like, if you try and think about it, like how else could they have set it up so the end of the game is you watching Yana die, right? And it be like this big epic moment. Because if you had raiders, they wouldn't make some big fucking thing of it or whatever, would they? I don't feel like they would just shoot her or whatever. They just like, you know, they just put her in a cage and starve her to death or something. Like, you know, they wouldn't have like this big grand sacrificial thing. And like, as well, you've got to be in a cage or in some place where you can't help her. So I just felt like the cultist people were like a convenient excuse for a bunch of story things to happen without there being an actual like proper reason for it. It's just like, they're just crazy cultist people and they like stabbing people and hanging them up and, you know, splaying their guts everywhere and drawing weird worm symbols because they're weird and incel, like idiot, you know, dunces or whatever. Like, just and it kind of also took away from the grittiness as well. I feel like when there's just like these weird man babies. They're like, yes, we're gonna, oh yes, we sacrifice people. Oh, no, oh, you look tasty. So what? How are we, like what? How's this? What is this? What's going on? It just felt a bit silly. And like the whole, like, they use blow darts. That also like just felt a bit silly. And like they were supposed to be, like, it felt like at the start they were supposed to be like spooky boogeymen that, like, you know, would appear and then you'd die and then they would just suddenly disappear type of thing. But then it just turned out they were like weird little goblins that had like way too much energy and just like ran really fast. You know, it kind of takes the mystery spookiness out of all of it. So yeah, it's just like at the start where it's like, ooh, some weird shit's going on, but then when it kind of is just like, here's the harsh reality of it, they're just like weird people. You know what I mean? Just like in real life, there's just like weird people doing weird things. It's like, okay, that kind of takes all the like pizzazz out of it, you know? Oh, alright, yeah. Back to reality. It's just a weird group of people doing weird shit. Oh, and yeah, I suppose I'll stop ranting about all the problems and everything. Like, I think you get the idea. You get the picture. Yeah, if there's other little things that I've missed, or like there's little bits that have annoyed you personally, like, please do let me know. Or maybe there's bits that you really liked, and you know, maybe I'm forgetting them, and you know, whatever. Just, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game, good or bad, whether you agree with me, disagree with me, anything like that. But yeah, I will end it there, and I do want to say before I go as well, like, about it being VR Game of the Year, because I don't understand how this got VR Game of the Year. I'll be honest, like there's so many like bugs and weird little things and everything I was just saying, like to do with the story, to do with gameplay. Yeah. Like, it's an alright game. It's pretty good. Like, if you like Metro, if you like horror games, I was gonna say if you like narrative VR games, but I would probably skip this if you like narrative VR games and just find something better. yeah, like it really just didn't tickle my pickle. Gotta say. So I don't understand how it got VR Game of the Year. Well, I have some theories of why it got VR Game of the Year. Firstly, and mainly, it's because it's a Metro game. I feel like that's it. It's because it's a Metro game, and there are already a very large fan base of Metro fans out there. Even if you haven't played Metro yourself, you've almost definitely heard of it. If you're into games and things, you will know what Metro is. And yeah, like, there's a lot of people that really like Metro. So I feel like, because the way people vote for the Steam Awards, like, you don't have to play the game in order to vote for the game, right? I don't think you need to own the game. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'll look it up really quick. I don't think so, because
But it is.
Oh, I've got some your chest. Shut up. Shut up your chest. I'm doing a serious talk about Metro. Embarrassing. My guilty pleasure, please. Alright, can you Steam Award? What if you don't own the game? You don't need to own the game to nominate it for an award. There you go. So, yeah. So, 100%, the reason that Metro got the VR Game of the Year on Steam is because the majority of people that voted for it don't own it and haven't played it. And probably don't even own a VR headset. So I feel like that is a massive reason. Also, if you look on, like, on Twitch, it's only got 218 followers right now. So it's not like a big game. It's not like people like fucking love it or care about it particularly. And right now, at nearly 10 PM UK time, it's got 46 viewers. And usually, when I'm streaming it, it's got literally like 2 people watching it, or like 0 people watching it. So there's not even many people streaming it. People don't particularly follow it or care about it. And yeah, those 46 viewers currently, not from me, obviously. But, you know, those people watching it aren't watching it because it's Metro, they're watching it because they like the streamer that they're watching, or whatever, right? So, yeah. That's why I feel like Metro got the VR Game of the Award, Game of the Year award. Not because people played the game and was like, wow, this is a really good game and definitely deserves to be Game of the Year because it's really good. People were just like, oh, I know Metro. Oh, it's got a VR game. That's cool. I'll vote for that. Or they're like, oh, I've played the other Metro games and it's got a VR game. Let me go on the store page. Oh, this looks quite good, quite interesting. The reviews are okay. See, like, this is another thing where I don't understand how I got a VR Game of the Year, is that the reviews are 74%. Like, that's bad. That's not a good score. Not a good score at all. And recent reviews have got 70%. And on top of that, there was an update, a major update, on the December 12th, 2024, which was patch 1.0. And it says, this update delivers a range of improvements across all platforms. And there's loads of fixes and tweaks and everything, and yet, when I played it, guess what? I found loads of world holes. You know, I found there's a bunch of bugs and stuff. Things didn't, you know. But I suppose it wasn't really that bug heavy, but reading through some of these, like, if I played it before this update, like, it would have been even worse. Like, let me read some of the fixes that they did. Fixes and tweaks, global issues, fixed floating ammo in lockers and boxes, fixed enemies still moving and making sounds after being killed, Fixed out of bounds overlay, triggering in places where it shouldn't be. That's when it goes all like orange and stuff. Added option in the menu to enable / disable inventory haptics. Like, they didn't even have a fucking option for that. Which I disabled that as well because it was making my controller spaz out. So like, that would have really not been very good. Fixed instances of assets popping in and out in several chapters. Clearly didn't fix all of them though, because I know there were definitely some assets popping in and out. That was some other bugs that I experienced. Fixed light bloom disappearing from specific distances and angles, reduced jitter on menu and intro text, made melee takedown slightly more lenient by allowing larger hit area. Fixed gunshots sometimes having inverse spatialization. Fixed inventory rustle sound effects sometimes having inverse spatialization. Blah blah blah. There's a big old list of it. If I do this. I do this. There you go. So that's a bunch of stuff, and then there's like even more like really egregious bugs going on as well. Like there's one I read where it's just fixed snapping, fixed Tess's VO lines not coming from the radio when talking to Max. Oh, is that? Okay, I don't even remember who even Tessia was. Like, I don't, like, other than her being a ghost, I don't know. I thought it was just some random NPC, that doesn't matter. I guess she did. Missing confirmation when completing the flashlight charging tutorial, a door instantly popping open after talking to Yana, an NPC spawning in view of the player after saving and loading chapter 1, Max's eyes when you first meet him in chapter 1, like, what was that? Fixed Max's eyes when you first meet him in chapter 1, they just like rolled back in his head and they're just white. Like what? Like how? Like how is there QA for this? How did anybody play that? Like, you know what I mean? There's more fucking fixes and stuff, and like, you know, it's good that they're fixing it and stuff. Alright, of course they're the people that made Arizona Sunshine, that's why it's garbage. I mean, I was gonna say Arizona Sunshine isn't garbage, but it's pretty shit, to be honest. But see, at least with Arizona Sunshine, the story is nice and simple, you know what I mean? What's going on is nice and simple. It's just nice and simple, and it isn't overly complicated. Which is why I personally think it's better than Metro. Although watching Arizona Sunshine, like the spectator cam looks pretty bad. I don't know if that's because I don't think I missed any settings with the spectator cam. That's why, like, I feel like Metro has gotten a lot, like, this looks great. As that, like, looks really good. And from the videos and stuff, it looks as good as it looks. But in VR, it's a bit different. So yeah, like, there's just a lot of things on top of it that just feel like extra worse, like outside of the game. Like, yeah. I really don't understand how anybody's QA tested this properly. Oh, and the last reason I think this got VR Game of the Year, not only is it because people voted on it, just because it's Metro and they'd never played it, and you know, maybe they don't really care about VR, they don't watch any VR content or anything like that, and so they're just like, oh yeah, Metro, I'll vote for that. But I think also a large majority of people that voted for Metro, I feel like, probably watched a Metro Awakening video. I don't know if any big YouTubers have played it, or big VR YouTubers. I don't watch VR YouTubers, so I'm not sure. I would be surprised if there isn't some big VR YouTuber that has. I wouldn't be surprised. yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a big VR YouTuber had played it. Yes. Yes, I need to think about what I just said for a second there. Because, well, it's a Metro game, and people know Metro, so it's a very sort of clickable game. Yeah, it's a very clickable video. You know, I think it'd be a popular video. So yeah, I think there's lots of people that watched a video on it, and because it visually for the spectator it looks really good, and like the way things are and the like spectator cam they've got in it is really good as well. So like visually for the viewer it looks great. So I feel like there's a bunch of people that watched the video, thought, wow, that's a really good game, but had never played it, don't even play VR. And then when the Steam Awards came around, they thought, oh yeah, I saw a Metro Awakening video, it was really cool, I'll vote for that. And that's why this has got VR Game of the Year, even though it's got a fucking 74% Steam review and only 1,800 reviews for it. Like, it's just kind of fucking stupid, it's ridiculous. I feel like for VR Game of the Year, people shouldn't be allowed to vote. People shouldn't be allowed to vote if they haven't played it, or don't even own a VR headset. Like, I just think that's so ridiculous, that's so stupid. Oh, good night. Good night. Yeah, I'll be ending soon. Because for me, like I said previously, Blade and Sorcery was my pick and is my pick, and should, in my opinion, should have been the winner. Because, I mean, well, let's see. 96% review rate with 53,000 reviews. With a recent review of 92%. Like, what the fuck? No, I've been playing since 2019. I've been playing earlier than that. This was when I wrote the review. You know, so I've been playing this since very early release. And like, they have done a lot of work on it, a lot of updates. They've changed the game a lot. Like where the game is right now, I think is an amazing. It's amazing. It's at an amazing place. Obviously, if you've watched any of my previous Blade and Sorcery games streams, then there have been a few weird bug things. And look, there's like half of this shit I haven't even done. I don't even, you know, there's like even more stuff I haven't even experienced in the game, and I have 127 hours in it. Like, you know? So, and there's mods for it, and it's moddable as well. Like, I haven't even experienced everything there is in vanilla Blade and Sorcery, and I haven't even experienced the mods properly yet either. You know what I mean? Like, there is so much content, there is so much shit to experience, and the game is like so dynamic. You know what I mean? Like, whenever I play it, I don't feel like I'm doing the same thing every time, you know? Like, sure, maybe I've got a sword and I'm doing sword stuff, but still I feel like, you know, if I get bored of using a sword, then I'll use an axe. If I get bored of using an axe, I'll use a mace. If I get bored of using a mace, I'll use daggers. You know what I mean? Like, if I get bored of that, I'll use magic. If I get bored of that, I'll use a pitchfork. You know what I mean? Like, it's so dynamic, and even with those weapons, there's so much you can do with those weapons. You know, stances you can do, like how aggressive you are, how defensive you are, all this type of stuff. You know, and there's a whole fucking story in it as well that actually makes sense and isn't forced upon you either. Like, if you care about the story, well, there's like little things that you can read and little bits, blah blah blah, that give you this overall idea of the story. But if you don't care about it, you can just ignore it and play the fucking game. You know? So, I mean, personally, I think Blade and Sorcery was absolutely robbed from VR Game of the Year, and I can't believe it. I can't believe Blade and Sorcery didn't get VR Game of the Year, especially after playing what did get VR Game of the Year, which definitely does not deserve it at all. In my opinion, in my humble opinion. So, yeah, it's just, yeah, I just find that absolutely ridiculous. Like, 96, I thought the reviews were good, but I didn't realise it was 96%. I thought that it was like 90 something, 91%, 92% or something. And I didn't realize it had so many reviews as well, 53,000. You know, like how does this even compete? It's got less than 2,000 fucking reviews and it's got a 74% review. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? God. Yeah, and you know why it got VR Game of the Year? Because of fucking normies, that's why. Oh, God. Oh, God, why do normies have to ruin everything? They gotta ruin everything! Oh, God. Yeah, it's just... And like, you know, I don't even know if I should recommend it or not. Like, I feel like it doesn't deserve to not be recommended, but at the same time it doesn't deserve to be recommended. And in my opinion, it doesn't deserve VR Game of the Year, so it does make me want to, like, not recommend the game purely because of the VR Game of the Year. You know, and I was thinking earlier, like, you know, maybe Blade and Sorcery didn't win because it's kind of like a niche sort of game where it's like you kind of got to be into like killing people and stabbing people in the face and shit like that. But I feel like if you own a VR headset, you're probably going to be into that sort of stuff. You know, like, surely. But then I was thinking as well, like, Metro, like, this is a fucking niche game. Even if it has got a large fan base to it. Like, playing a horror game in VR is a very niche audience, I feel like. Especially a solo VR game. You know? That's over 10 hours long. Like, how many people are playing that? A 10 plus hour narrative horror game. Like, you know, like the only reason I played it was because it got VR Game, which kind of annoys me as well. Like, that's the only reason I played this game, is because it got VR Game of the Year. That's the only reason. I mean, as well as because it's Metro as well. But do you see what I mean? Like, the only reason this is a good game is because it's Metro. Like, if this wasn't Metro, it would just be like another, like, okay game, I guess. Like, let me look at Arizona. What's Arizona looking like? Even worse, but 83%. Like I said, like, it's not that much better, but it's like, it's goofy, it's silly, it doesn't take itself seriously, the story's simple, there's a doggo in it, you know what I mean? It's like, it's an okay game, it's pretty good. But if Metro wasn't Metro, it would be at like 60%, or maybe like 70. Even that is like, that's at 70 right now. So I feel like that this would be at 60%, 60 something percent if this wasn't a Metro game. And like, I personally wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't a Metro game and if it didn't get Game of the Year. Which annoys me, to be perfectly honest. And also, yeah, it's an expensive fucking game. It's £44. £44. That's ridiculous. And like, once again, I would not have spent this money if it wasn't VR Game of the Year. Like 30 fucking quid. 30. This shouldn't be 30 quid. This should be £25. Oh, this is the deluxe edition. Okay, it's £35. I think it should be 25. I think that should be 25 quid, and I think the deluxe edition should be 35. Yeah, what even is the deluxe edition? Like, what do you get from that? Alright, you get some skins and stuff. What you do? I don't even remember how much I paid for it now. Like, I think I bought it from Humble Bundle, so I got an alright discount, I think. I think I still paid like 20 something quid for it, so I didn't get much of a discount. And now the deluxe edition is on sale for less. I could have got that, although it literally is just skins. But at the same time, I do prefer those. I do prefer those skins. I like that backpack more. But yeah, okay. See? Oh, there it is. It's got the normie headset as well, with a perfectly average normal man. It's made for normies. It's made for casuals. It's made for yeah. Yeah, the whole like wiping your face mechanic as well. Like, this is what I was doing. You know, and like. But my face, right, and if you just, you want to like smash your face, it just doesn't, you know, so you gotta like awkwardly do it just in front of it, so it just doesn't, like it's not satisfying to do that. It feels awkward. It just, at worst, it causes you to punch your headset. Like, that was just a shit mechanic. That was a shit mechanic. And once again, like, how is there QA testers for this? How is somebody like this whole wiping your face thing doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Sorry. Like, it just doesn't work. It's unsatisfying, it's annoying, and at worst it makes you damage your headset. So, and your controller at the same time. Which is, yeah, very cool. And like, it came out in November. Like, I don't understand how this got a VR Game of the Year, honestly. Like, I mean, the only possible explanation I can think is that a popular VR streamer or just a popular YouTuber or whatever played this, people saw it, was like, wow, that's really good, I like that. You know, watched like an hour of it or something like that, and then just based on that, voted for it in the Steam Awards. Yeah. See, like, also this as well. Stealth combat in the most immersive Metro experience yet. Like, no. I'm sorry, dog, no. Metro Exodus was way more immersive than this was. Like, there were points of like the most immersive experience of this whole thing was like walking down hallways. That was the most immersive thing. When you're walking down hallways and you just got a flashlight and it's all spooky. I'm gonna make myself angry now, just thinking about it, And I wouldn't have been as hard on it if it wasn't VR Game of the Year, but it's VR fucking Game of the Year. This was the best VR game that came out this year, or last year. And that's just not true, You know what I mean? Yeah. And like, I feel like even, you know, I'm a bit of a Blade and Sorcery fanboy, I guess, but like, I feel like there are other games that came out this year that were still better than this. Like, can we give it to like VR titles? No, it's just, yeah. Like, can I sort by year? Is that a thing I can do? New trending. Oh, yeah, like this looks really good, but this is this came out 2025, so. But there's no way. There's just no way that this. Okay, here we go. Glider Simulator. VR Game of the Year. It's got 89%, it's like literally, fuck it, oh, imagine playing this in VR, that's mad, dude, that's mad. Fucking some porn game there. Another porn game. We're here, Papa. Papa, can you hear me? That's weird. Oh yeah, this came out this year. I played the flat screen version of this. Is that the right way to say that, flat screen version of it? I played the regular version of this back in the day when it came out, and I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. This has got 90% review rate. Even watching it looks really fun, looks really good. It's very satisfying. Like, how did this not fucking win VR Game of the Year? You know, like, there's other games where I'd be like, you know what? Yeah. Get all the... Let me see it. American... I've got to be careful on these because you could just... Some porn, it's just pop of me and I get banned. Where's everything gone? Ah, it's went down. Right. Yeah. Anyway, you get my point, right? This came out. This Pavlov fucking came out this year. Although it came out December 4th, so maybe it's a bit late. Can I not keep scrolling now? Where did? Okay. What? Okay, there's no time. Anyway, yeah, you get my point. There's a lot of other games that came out that seem pretty good. Even if Blade and Sorcerer didn't win, which I personally, like I said, think it definitely should have. There are like plenty of other games that definitely should have won over Metro as well, which is another thing that baffles me. Yeah. What did we miss then? Didn't use the crossbow enough. Oh, you can knock out somebody with a bottle. How did I not get that? Are you fucking joking me? Hardcore difficulty. God, I should do that. Wow. So you can go through all of it without killing all those. God, that'd be the worst. That sounds so boring. Found. Okay. Was that just carry? Yeah, like the dream thing as well. Like I just don't like. We went there because we saw, like, were they alive? Those the people, the guards, the guard guy that we saw. Like, there's so many things that are just like confusing, and not in a good way. Not in like a mysterious, like Lovecraftian, spooky SCP type of vibe, right? You know, it's just like this just doesn't fucking make sense. It just doesn't add up. So that's my thoughts on the whole thing. Would I recommend the game? If you're desperate for more VR stuff, if you're a huge fan of Metro, maybe. If you like spooky game, maybe. But in general, I would probably say no. I would recommend this game. But still, I would say 7 out of 10. Maybe 6.5 out of 10, the more I think about it. But the actual experience, I give 7 out of 10. I don't. It still baffles me how this got VR Game of the Year. It really does. I wonder, did this come out? It's come out last year. Yeah, let me know what your theories are why this got VR Game of the Year, or maybe you voted for this for VR Game of the Year, and let me know why you voted for it. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and you did play through the entire game and you were like, wow, that was a great experience. 10 out of 10 VR game. Yeah. But like honestly, if you want to play this, I would just play the other Metro games. I mean, like I said, if you're a big Metro fan, you've already played the other games, then sure. And you want more Metro, then play this, sure. But yeah, I would just play the other Metro games if you haven't. Like, just play the other games. It's a lot less tiring, it's a lot less, having fucking the thing on your head, or lights beamed into your eyeballs 24/7. With an actual monitor, you can look away, rest your eyes, you can stand up and walk out, and you don't have to awkwardly take off your headset and do all that stuff. Like, I don't know. But like, I mean, just this alone. Just the fact that it only has 1,800 reviews and it's 74%, I feel like speaks volumes, surely. Like, and it somehow got VR Game of the Year. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Let's read a. Let's see. Oh, see, this person doesn't even like it as a Metro game. I mean, yeah. Once again, as a like story-wise, it's a shit Metro story, like I previously said. But it is like environmentally, it is very Metro. So if you want to like experience what it's like to be in the Metro, total waste of time. Yeah, if you want to experience what it's like to be in the Metro, then like, yeah, sure, I guess. Sure, I guess. But at the same time, I really don't understand why they didn't make it half the length, even like a 3-hour experience that you could play in one go, or a 2-hour experience that you could play in one go, and like just make it a proper good VR game with a bunch of interesting little mechanics, make it immersive and do all that, and yeah, make it an actual because the thing is, like, when people say an experience, I think of like, you put the VR headset on, you experience the story, the game, the whatever, the mechanics, and then when you take the VR headset off, that's the experience done. Do you know what I mean? But if you've got to like, well, this person did it in 7.5. But if like, I don't know, if you've got to play multiple sessions of it to get through the game, then I feel like it's not really an experience, is it? I mean, it's an experience in the sense of like you're experiencing something, and an experience in the sense of like literally everything is an experience because you're experiencing it. You know what I mean? Which kind of fundamentally makes using the word experience like, yes, you existed while you were doing the thing. Like, yes, okay. But yeah, to me, an experience should be a short thing that I don't know. And it should be something new, it should be something interesting, it should... Whatever. Let's read this, let's read a little review. And see what people... This guy gave it a 6 out, he scored it less than I did and fucking recommended it, bruh. I said 7 out of 10, this guy scores a 6 out of 10, what the fuck, dude? Okay. Okay. Good VR game, bad Metro game. I mean, firstly... Sure, actually, no, yeah, sure, I agree with that. Like I was saying, the actual mechanics and actually playing the game was like... was pretty good. You know, it was pretty enjoyable. But the actual story was, yeah, was not great. Finishing this campaign took me an enjoyable 7.5 hours. I don't how did he do it? Like half the time I did it. Was I just like ranting and like being scared too much or something? Was I looking around for loot too much? Whatever. Whatever. Which is an above average length for a VR game. I had to play it for fucking 14 hours or something, mate. At least people like, you know, yeah, it's a long fucking VR game. But considering cutscenes and copy paste sections, yeah, thank you. It's just average, yeah. Like, how can you say that and recommend it? Oh, whatever. There is a product received for free. Okay, dude. I'm not gonna even read that. Like, you had to waste like 40 quid on it, and I'll read your review. Things were fine until the first stealth section, and it's a masterclass in what not to do. You can't have your light on without being noticed, and without it, you can't see shit. Yeah, that's true. But saying that, you could have turned up the brightness if you really couldn't see anything. Like when I was playing it, I couldn't see much at all, but it was like being in the dark. You know, I could squint and like make out rough silhouettes of stuff and everything. But if you can't see shit, that's your own fault, because you should have turned up your brightness. Like I could have turned up the brightness more so I could like see more stuff, but I wanted it to be an actual like immersive experience for me and actually be like dark and scary and spooky. And especially in those sections where like the hounds are coming out and everything, like they're like whizzing past silhouette things and everything, like very, very spooky. And every time you load your game from being found, you have to go through all their dialogue first. Wait for them to move into their default position and wait for the intended opening. Yeah, like I was saying, like it's like, I don't know why you'd want to play a VR stealth game when you just have to sit and wait for them to, yeah, say their fucking stupid dialogue. Especially if you fuck up and oh god, that's why I didn't do stealth. It's not because I'm bad. It is because I'm bad, but also because it takes ages. Blah blah, yeah. So that like, you really, if you want to make a VR stealth game, you really got to change things, because you don't want to just be standing around for like 30 seconds to wait for the guards to go on their patrol routes and stuff. Every single enemy was a learning process. I mean, I didn't do stealth, so that's what this guy says. Finding out where you can and can't hide. And again, having to wait and redo all the previous sections after listening to dialogue until you hit a checkpoint that the game won't even signify that you got. True. Like, remember when there was a bit where, was it the slaver bit or something? I think it was the slaver bit where I got noticed and then I just ran through the level. You know, and then I got found and I got shot and died, but then I hit the checkpoint, so I just respawned exactly where I was, and I didn't stealth through any of it. I just ran through the level and hit a checkpoint. You know, like, I just cheesed the shit out of the game, and it was like completely by accident, and it was a really stupid way to cheese it as well. Like, it was very boring and dumb. Oh yeah. Dollar and you hit a checkpoint, and the game won't even signify that you got. The game didn't tell you about the takedown mechanics until the first set of stealth enemies. And the game also didn't mention that enemies with helmets can't be taken. Yeah, remember that when there was the guy and I was like, I'm going to take him down, and then it's like, oh, no, that doesn't work. I tried to take him down, which he ignored, shot me to death, yep, and put me way back like 5 rooms or so. Yep. I remember that. I do not have the time or patience to sit here and redo this shit to find out exactly what the game wants from me. Indeed. Like, this guy only played for 3.5 hours, bro. You didn't even, like, suffer through it and actually get to the end. Come on, man. What a pussy. This is so incredibly unfun that I'm quitting the game and just going to eat the loss it costed to play this, because this happens conveniently after the 2-hour mark. I don't see how anyone got through this section and thought this was okay. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Okay, let's read a recommended that isn't for free. Well, they got it free. Oh dear. One of the best games since Alex. Oh dear. And he has 13 hours in it as well. Although time review 4.2. Oh dude. Got a fucking YouTube video as well. Apologies for the longer video, but it does feel like one of those can't put down games. So glad I picked it up and it's on sale at the moment for 30% off. Convenient. Yeah, still a 30 quid game, but yeah. Should I click on the video? Yeah. Very high production quality. The voice acting is great. Yeah, the voice acting was pretty good. The audio is creepy and immersive. Oh yeah, apart from the really random fucking musical stings and random noises that are there to creep you out, this guy's a fucking normie, there's no way. Graphically very appealing, yeah, true, that's true. The eye contact that NPCs give you. Okay. Guess this is a lonely guy. I feel like I've read that type of thing before in some sort of review for something, and that's just so like strange, man. The eye contact that NPCs give you. Like, this man is starved. This man is starved of eye contact. I'm not even a person that likes eye contact, but if you can maybe tell, I don't really look at the camera much because it kind of feels like I'm making eye contact and I feel weird about it, but it's okay, yeah. I guess, you know, some people like the eye contact, and in today's society you don't get as much, maybe. It's a very lonely human being, that's very sad. Starts out a bit slow, but ramped up pretty quick near the end. Yeah. Can't wait to get some bigger mutants and bigger guns. Would be nice to have a melee option, unless I just haven't figured it out. Well, stealth melee, but other than that, no. A la that NPC sucker punching that mutant in the intro. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Like, what the that intro bit where the guy is just fucking banging these guys out, then does a dodge and then smacks the Nasalis and then shoot. Like, what the fuck was that about? You know? And then he dies. He like some random NPC man single-handedly takes out like 6 fucking Nasalis, and then like melee dodges it and like fucking like butts him in the face, but somehow they all die anyway because yeah. The game is outstanding in most areas. Like, could you explain why you think that though, rather than just saying it? You know, there's lots of reviews like this where people just say it's good, and then they don't explain why they think it's good at all. Like this, very high production quality, the voice acting is great, blah blah blah. Like, what makes you think this? You know, especially like the audio is creepy and immersive. Like, why though? Is it like the dripping water and the like weird echoiness of everything? Is it the musical stings? Is it like why? But no, he's just gonna say, oh, it's really good. Right. Also, plenty of physics objects to interact with. Like, what? No, there fucking wasn't. What are you talking about? Is this guy played another VR game with actual physics objects to interact with? Like, what? What are you talking about? What? No. Like, if you play Boneworks, like, literally everything that should be interactable is interactable. Do you know what I mean? If you want to go and push over a barrel, you can do that. But in this, like, the only thing you can interact with is the loot boxes, and occasionally some piano or fucking guitar or a bottle that's used as a distraction, like a gameplay mechanic. There's barely anything that's like, this is just a random thing you can interact with. Have fun. You know, if you want that, play like Boneworks or something like that. Or I'm not sure how much. I feel like Alex had a lot of physicsy stuff, but I don't feel like. I feel like in Alex there wasn't like barrels you could just like push over if you wanted to. I feel like there's still a lot of things that were just like stuck. So yeah, if you want to play things like that, play Boneworks, because yeah, Boneworks had like loads of shit that you could just mess around with. So this guy's just Whatever. Let's continue reading. The game's outstanding in most areas. The only two critiques I have are a very minor one and a very major one. The minor one, I felt some drift on the gun sights. Okay. Almost as if there was some type of smoothing happening. Okay, maybe my like weird controller things weren't just my controllers. It didn't feel as like 23, yeah. It didn't feel as tight to make precise adjustments. It wasn't too egregious, but just enough for that uncanny valley feeling of something being slightly off. It's entirely possible that it's just a skill issue, but it felt slightly off. I feel like it was a bit more of a skill issue. I feel like when I was aiming, if it wasn't steady, it's because my hands weren't steady, you know what I mean? I didn't feel any sort of drifting thing. Although, I don't know, yeah, like, I had problems with my controllers, but I know I have problems with my controllers when they, like, just fly out of my hand and go away. So, I mean, maybe this guy has a controller issue as well. Maybe. Like, when I was holding the gun, sometimes the gun would just, like, do that, you know what I mean? But that's because this had, like, it was, like, jittering or whatever, so... Anyway, well, the major issue is the saving. What? If I can't exit the game and be confident that the game is going to pick up exactly where I left off, that's a huge problem. Are you fucking stupid, man? There's literally checkpoints. Why is there no save and quit? Because it's a story game. You fucking... It's not Skyrim, bro. That's your issue? I don't really feel like checkpoints have a place in story-based games like this. What? What do you mean? What? Have you ever played a story-based game, bro? Like there's chapters. What? What the fuck? Oh, God. What? Okay, whatever. I don't really feel like checkpoints have a place in story-based games like this. A platformer, sure, but not here. Like, is this fucker, like, played too much Mario or something? It's also not made very clear where exactly the checkpoints are. It is made pretty clear, actually. I mean, there's, like, save points that, yeah, aren't very clear. But there's clearly, like, you walk through a door and there's a fucking loading screen. Whatever. When I stop for the night, I have no idea where I'll be picking back up. Bro, that's another, like, this guy's got, like, a skill issue for, like, saving and loading. How have you got a skill issue for saving and loading? Like, bro. It's also not made very clear when I said where I'll be picking back up. Is it a minute back, or is it 10 minutes back, or is it 2 minutes in the future to spawning into a room I never entered? I loved the game, but this was a major issue that I hope gets patched ASAP. That is not ever getting patched. Oh, okay. Overall, well worth the cost, especially on sale. Hard disagree on that. Hard disagree. Very hard disagree. Like, the saving was an issue? That just feels super bizarre. That just feels... I feel like the whole point of checkpoints in these types of games, or having like chapters, and then having this chapter ends and then this chapter starts, is so that you know there's like a good place to stop. You know, so you're not like in the middle of a story thing and then you stop there. You know, like you've completed a section and now you can stop here, and then when you next play you have this other section, rather than like you're just in the middle of like a combat scenario, you're just in the middle of whatever is going on, you know what I mean? That seems really weird. Like, it's like this guy's got like a bunch of games and stuff as well. Like, that is really weird. I don't think checkpoints should be a part of it. Okay, dude. Okay. Whatever, man. Poor graphics. Like, the reviews are like all over the place. Okay, the only high points in this game are its ratings and the bar set by Half-Life Alyx for VR games. I don't quite know what it means. This guy's 20 hours, isn't it? A bar that Metro doesn't even come close to reaching. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. See, like if you've played Half-Life Alyx, then you have a very good point of what a good VR game looks like. And I feel like this fucking guy, like there's no way he's played Half-Life Alyx. There's no way. There's no way. Like I'm pretty sure Half-Life Alyx has fucking like checkpoint type things. Yeah, it does, because you go into an area and then there's like a loading screen. Like what the fuck? What is that? What the fuck? What? Oh, kidding. Oh, well, this is a nice little funky tune, this is. Nice. Okay, God, yeah. Oh, Daemon. A bar that match doesn't even come close to reaching. Everything else is a low. Low detail, low interactivity, low effort. I agree with all that, to be honest. Yeah, like, there wasn't really much detail, was there, at all? Like, yeah, I agree with all that. The game might have been great if released before Resident Evil 7, Alyx, or Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil 8, what's that? What's that? As an evolution of Until Dawn's rail shooter. Yeah. But in today's context it feels dull and derivative. Hard agree. It also suffers heavily from goreflation. Yeah, you know, at the start when I was like, oh wow, the bodies are really cool and I like how much gore there is, but then it's just like, it's just everywhere, all the time throughout the entire game. And it's like, I started being like, are the monsters... Okay, this is getting a bit crazy. I did like this. Add that to a playlist. I'm a sucker for some good acoustic instrumentals. What a banger, dude. What a banger. Yeah, it also suffers heavily from goreflation, an overabundance of body parts, corpses and bones right from the main menu that makes the game feel more like a cheap Halloween decoration than genuinely scary. Yeah, I hard agree with that. Like, at the start when you see those corpses and they're all strung up and like, you know, it's supposed to be spooky, but then it's just like that throughout the entire game, all the time. And I just feel like, yeah, I feel like none of the, like, there are supposed to be giant, like, dog monsters or rat monsters infesting the entire metro, right? And then you walk through, like, an abandoned tunnel and there's a half, like, not even half eaten, like, he's had his face, like, nibbled off a bit and, like, a leg eaten. Like, are these, like, people that have died in their apartments and their cats have, like, nibbled on their face a bit? You know, that's what it kind of gives me, is, like, it is just, like, a regular cat or dog that's just, like, had a little nibble because they're a bit hungry and they haven't got any other food. Because, like, the Nasalis or whatever, surely that they would they'd barely even be bones left, surely, you know? Whatever. Yeah, stupid. From a technical perspective, it's not great either. Constant loading screens disrupt immersion, yeah. And the body inventory system is glitchy. For instance, when trying to reload in the heat of battle, instead of grabbing clip or shell, you often end up removing your backpack gas mask or its filter instead. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had that. I didn't have that loads, actually. I feel like... no, yeah, I didn't have that loads. Although when I was dealing with the spiders and they were, like, on my face, I kept, like, ripping off my gas mask. Or I did that once, then I died, I think. But... yeah, I don't massively agree with this. I feel like it was fine. I don't think I ever had any major problems with it. Only 1 star from me, with plus 1 extra star because it slightly reminds me of a movie, As Above, So Below. Regretted spending the money. Agree. I'd agree on that. I've heard of the movie, but don't know if I don't think I've watched it. I probably should, it's quite a popular movie. Okay, another not recommended, 9.1 hours, so what, it's a Russian. Mixed feelings about this game. It had some fun moments, mostly because of the Metro 2033 skin, that the game has, yeah, I agree. Otherwise the game feels cheap and lazy, I agree. My biggest gripes is that the game has an immersive loss of potential. Where are all the cool weapons and the Metro games have? Yeah, true. Like a fucking blowpipe. Something stupid. Also, the graphics are lackluster. Another game looking bad because of the quest standalone game checkbox. Yeah. I mean, I immediately noticed that the textures weren't that great, and when you look at stuff close up, it's like, oh, I don't know about that. What is this? Oh shite! Oh shite! Hope this isn't. I feel like this my thing might have gone off to other soundtracks. Hopefully that's not copyrighted. Well, it's gonna suck if it is. So well. Where are we? What's the graphics lackluster? Yeah, like I would say the environments were like, yeah, they were like they're as good as, like, no, maybe not as good. They're slightly worse than Blade and Sorcery. And on top of that, Blade and Sorcery is more of like a game, you know, that you play for the game, while this is a narrative story-driven game that feels like the environment should have been, you know, a lot of care should have been put into the environments and everything, and there's a lot of copy-pasting, and the textures are bad and blah blah blah. But like, if you're far away looking down a hallway, like, the flashlight looked good, I guess. But yeah, this is a big one. It's for the normies, for the quest standalone boys that don't have a good enough PC to get a real headset. It does not have many interactions for a VR game. It does not have many interactions for a VR game. Heavily agree. Like, what fucking dunce said there's a bunch of interactions? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is what I'm saying. There's so many reviews, especially movie reviews, I've noticed. Whenever I want to see what people are saying about movies, people will just say shit like this, where they'll just say something but not elaborate on it or not explain how that's the case. You know, they'll just say this type of shit, and then it's just like, yep, you just gotta take my word for it or whatever. They don't actually explain any of it. We'll talk about it more in depth or anything like that. Such nonsense, mate. Okay. Yeah. Just making me more depressed and angry. Yeah, not many interactions. For a VR game, poor graphics. I mean, I wouldn't say poor graphics. I feel like that's a bit much. It's not poor graphics. Come on. It's fine. It's not good, but it's fine. Jingis. Poor story. Obviously, if you've been listening to me in the past, how long have I been ranting about this? I've been ranting for 2 hours. Fuck me. Okay. As you can see, I'm quite passionate about this. I can't believe I've been talking for 2 hours about this. Okay, I'll wrap it up very soon. Yeah, poor story, heavily agree. Bad storytelling, making the player stuck, needing to wait for dialogue, especially in a VR game, is a no-no. Thank you. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I appreciate this guy separating poor story with bad storytelling. Because yeah, you can have a good story, but it be told in a bad way. And yeah, having like I was saying, when it was like you're sneaking, like when we were sneaking up and that we're just getting like knocked out arbitrarily, having the camera like forced, like a bunch of sections where it's like we're in the car and we crash, and it's just like the camera just like fucking yeets backwards. And in VR, it's very weird. It's very jarring. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel immersive. It feels fucking weird. And I feel like it probably looks good on the video, but in VR, it's shit. So I appreciate saying that. Repetitive gameplay, as I've said. I've said that the game should be shorter. Not much variety. Yeah, weapons, locations, recycled rooms, and maps and enemies. I spoke about that as well. But if you really want to play a linear, story-driven gameplay and is itching for an average VR experience, it might be worth on a big discount. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what I said. And yeah, a big discount. It's definitely not worth 30 quid. Like, if you want to buy this, I would wait until it's like, I don't even feel like £10 is very good, or like $10, $15. I would wait. It's probably never going to get as low as like 5 quid or $10. So I'd probably buy it at $15, £10, whatever, that sort of thing. Vertigo Games did the Retro franchise dirty. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, like I was really excited for this because, as I said at my first stream, like I like the Metro games. I've played a bunch of them. I've played all of them. I've never completed any of them, but I really enjoyed the hours I played and the experiences I got from it. Okay, let's see some recommended ones. It was an experience to see the Metro in VR. Literally, like I said, there's a bunch of people that would enjoy it purely because you get to be in the Metro universe. There are, a bunch of people that would just find that really exciting and really cool. I really enjoyed it. That's good. There are surely some tweaks that need to be made, like the weapon balancing and the aiming is kind of off sometimes. Oh, so this guy says that as well. Maybe I'm not shit. Maybe there is some weird thing with the aiming and I just didn't notice it. The one thing that made me very happy was the music. Although, like, when I was using the AK, I almost never used the scope ever. I was always like kind of holding it sideways because it's just a lot easier. Because if you hold it forward, it's hard to see where the bullets are going. Like, I'm not holding it like this to be some sort of fucking gangster or something, or to be cool. I'm holding it because it's a lot easier to see where the bullets are going, and you can kind of use the flat side of the gun as like, if you imagine a line coming off of it and like going down. Anyway, that's just how my brain works, I guess. And also it's whenever I reloaded, you gotta like cock the thing back, so I was naturally holding it like this, and then I would just... Anyway, I shouldn't explain. The sights are just, shit. And on something like a automatic weapon, I don't think using sights is very helpful. I mean, it's off. The one thing that made me very happy was the music. Just listen to My Below the Land and you feel nostalgic. Other than that, I felt like Genghis Khan. Yeah, is that... I don't know what that song was. But I like the music. The intro song was good. I like that. Okay, 14 hours. This guy's got 14 hours as well. This is a very fun and interesting Metro game, despite all the technical problems. I just, like, how can you say that? If you've actually played the other Metro games, how can you say that? I just don't understand. Like, it kind of makes me want to click on this guy's account, see if he has the other Metro games. I'm not going to do it. Like, what? How have you got 46 hours? 30, like, what? I don't understand. Well, let's read the review before we judge. Despite all the technical problems, performance often drops despite the game not looking visually advanced enough to excuse it. Very true. Like I said, I have quite a beefy PC, and even considering the the spectator camera and all that, I feel like it should have run a bit better. Because also, considering Half-Life Alyx looks really fucking good, and it runs perfectly. you know, like, it's just poor coding. Poor coding, poor optimization. It can sometimes lock you out of certain actions or just not start up properly at all. I think I've experienced that, but there are some other annoying bugs you will encounter regardless of what you do. So could you specify? Fine. No, I mean, yeah. I encountered some of those. However, if you can look past these occasional issues, the experience itself is absolutely worth trying. No, I would agree with that. It's definitely worth trying. Like, for sure, it's definitely worth trying. The combat is good. The weapons and mechanics are satisfying and the stealth is amazing. Don't know about that one. I'd definitely recommend it, though I am disappointed in the developers for all the problems they refuse to address. Like, how can you recommend it when you end it on that? I don't understand people. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you shouldn't recommend a game because it's worth trying. But I feel like this is a problem with Steam in the fact that you have to recommend it or not recommend it. Because obviously I feel like it would also be a bit harsh to not recommend it based on this guy's review. But I also feel like, why would you recommend it when you end on that? I don't know. Like, do you definitely recommend trying it? It's not exactly like, great review. Okay, so let's go. So I love Metro Awakening. It is a perfect VR title for Metro series. See, and also I think the problem is that most people just don't give a shit about the story, or they you know what I mean, like or maybe it's not that they don't give a shit, but they don't actually like process what's going on properly. Like they're just like, oh, cultists, oh, that's spooky, oh, we gotta find wife, oh, medication, oh, you know, they take it in for face value and they don't think about it or contemplate it any further. I feel like there's a lot of gamers out there that are like that you know, they play fucking games. They're about mechanics and gameplay and stuff, and story is like secondary. It's just whatever. So I guess combat is amazing and physics interactions in general. I would heavily disagree with that. An inventory system is lovely. I wouldn't call it lovely. It's okay. It's not too buggy either. A fucking sentence. It's not too buggy either. Scares the balls out of you at times. Yep. The storyline is basically the story of Khan from Metro 2033. Oh, so this is... Is this actually, like... Is that actually the case? I really hope Metro 2033 did it better than this. Because, yeah. See, and also this, like, the storyline is basically the story of Khan from Metro 2033, but doesn't elaborate. I would like to hear more about that. Like, basically the story, so they definitely changed it, and it's not the exact same story. I mean, I'm going to assume Metro 2033 probably has a bunch of extra things that give extra context that makes things actually make sense and stuff. So, hopefully. Like I said, I never completed the games, so... And Metro 2033 definitely played the least of that. I did not play much of 2033. Anyway. This is very much what I'd expect from a Metro game on VR. The only thing I dislike is sometimes it doesn't save often enough. Yeah, okay. I mean... Like, yeah, but also like, yeah. I guess they aren't Steam, are they? They're not Valve. So what can you expect from mere plebeians? I guess this is what you can expect. Oh dear, another one. Best VR game since Half-Life Alyx came out. It's still miles away, but others are even further. Okay. My main complaints are small number of locations. Each location you visit in the game, you visit at least twice. Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. They should have just cut the game in half. Some locations are even 3 times. Also, lack of depth on many texture, which is really noticeable in VR and breaks immersion. How is that a recommended? How is that a recommended? What do you mean best VR game since Half-Life Alyx? Bro, have you played any other VR games? What are you talking about? I need to have a look at his reviews. Okay. 199 reviews? Fucking hell, man. Pretty good game, not great graphics. It's not Alyx in either story nor mechanics, but if you're looking for Alyx, you won't play any other VR game. A solid 7 out of 10. Pick it up if you can afford it. Wait for a sale. Like, I get what this guy is saying. Like, Half-Life Alyx is like so beyond anything else. But I just don't understand why you need to accept shit and just be like, just VR games are shit, and apparently Valve are the only people that actually take any care and consideration in making a VR game. You know? Like, why can't these... Why... Because, I know why. It's because VR games aren't that profitable, because not a lot of people have a headset, and so therefore you have a much smaller market for VR games, so you can't invest as much money into VR games, and Valve is just like a good company and doesn't really give a shit about that, and like cares more about, like, what's the word? Like customer trust, you know? And so even if they didn't make money on Half-Life Alyx, it doesn't matter, because it's more about the, you know, fucking them. They just make good fucking games, you know what I mean? It's just, like, I don't understand why people can't want more or expect more. Okay, this is like the top most review. 424 people found this review helpful. Let's see. This game is getting unfairly review bombed by people who expected this to be the next Half-Life Alyx, thanks to the ridiculous hype cycle of YouTube. There it is! There it is! There it is, dude! There it is! There it is! There it is! Like, I'll be honest, if you bought this expecting it to be Half-Life Alyx, you're a fucking moron. I'm just gonna say it. Like, yeah, you're an idiot if you thought that. But now that it's got VR fucking Game of the Year, I'm expecting a Game of the Year. I'm expecting some good shit. I'm expecting something to be like, oh wow, this is actually, it's got something new about it. It's got something cool about it. It's just a good fucking game. Like, none of those are true. It's a very average VR game that somehow got VR Game of the Year. Like, like there's a fucking that like monkey VR game is better than this game, and I haven't even played it. It's just like, just looking at it, I'm like, that deserves a Game of the Year over this. So yeah, so there were a bunch of YouTube people fucking hyping it up or whatever. So yeah, I was right. I'm gonna say I was right. So yeah, it's a bunch of like normies that don't play VR games that saw a YouTube video of it and were like, I'm gonna pick the YouTube Metro Awakening because it's really cool. Okay, 1.5 hours. The music is amazing. It seems this game not only has some of the original Metro music, but also some original, like, why? I don't feel like that's a bonus. Having some of the original Metro music, like, that's just, you're just rehashing stuff to, like, give nostalgia points to all the neckbeards out there or whatever. Like, I don't know. I personally I feel like when I heard the Metro music, it just felt a bit cheap, personally. Yeah. But also some original and very beautiful and emotionally moving tracks that are wonderfully interwoven into the scenes at the right times. I don't know about this, but maybe, I guess, yeah, sure. I enjoyed the music, like I said. The voice acting is 10 out of 10 excellent, all the dialogue feels natural and AAA. Yeah, sure, it's as good as the other Metro games. The story is great. It's a Metro game, so you already get a setting that is baked with atmosphere. The opening scenes are dramatic and emotionally full. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but the girl with the guitar. Is that in the first one that I gave the double thumbs up to? Okay, sure. Sure. The controls are mostly great. There are a few odd choices for sure, like not being able to jump. The game jumps for you. Yeah, I don't like that. But for the most part, these are all standard controls that worked as you would expect. Sure, yeah. So far the guns feel good, but an hour in and I only have a pistol. Yep. The negatives, an hour in and already the game feels a little repetitive. Yep. Like this fucking guy didn't even finish the fucking game. I've walked through a lot of mostly linear spaces, charged some switches, shot a few mole things, but yeah, I'm definitely ready for this to pick up a bit. If it keeps this pace... Oh, excuse me, sorry. If it keeps this pace for the rest of the game, I'll definitely be bummed. Linear, the new Batman game's pretty linear too, I guess that's just the nature of VR these days. See, I hate this. I hate this sort of mindset where it's just like, I guess that's just how things are, I guess. No! Say no! Say this is shit! Make it better! Fucking, oh god, like... Like, because things are shitter doesn't mean you should start, like, lowering your standards. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, we're not... Things are supposed to progress. You know what I mean? Like, it's not as if, like, the apocalypse happened and now you really need to lower your expectations. You're not gonna have a nice home-cooked meal every day or whatever. You're not gonna be able to order takeaway. Like, no, dude. Like... Especially for games, man. For games, like, what... I don't like that mindset at all. 3-hour update. The game is getting better. I got the AK and it feels good. Yeah, sure, I'd agree. There's a few more positives about the game. A few more. The AI is some of the best I've seen in VR. Okay. The rat things are great at hiding and flanking. Calling in more support. That has nothing to do with the AI, that's just... okay. And the human AI feels really good. They react to light, will hide, communicate, investigate, etc. I'm not saying this is the best AI ever, but it's definitely a league above most VR games. I disagree. Like, they do basic things that are needed for the game to even work as a video game. There's nothing special about what they do. Like, if the humans didn't take cover, like, then it wouldn't be much of a challenge, would it? And it wouldn't feel very natural and feel weird. Like, what else do they say? They react to light. Like, if they didn't, then stealth would be weird and wouldn't work. You know, it wouldn't be immersive if you just had a flashlight and you're just like looking at them. Communicate. I never experienced this. I don't know what he means. Like, they just say some words. They just say some like voice lines. investigate. Once again, that's like just the most standard thing ever, and if they didn't investigate, the stealth wouldn't really be stealth, and you couldn't like throw a bottle and like distract them. Like what? This is what I mean, like, people say things in reviews and then they don't actually like expand on them or like explain how. Like, how does this make good AI? It's like bog standard AI for this type of game. If they didn't do this, it would be a shit AI. You know what I mean? Like And that was that review. Really insightful. I guess you got it out really quickly. Like, I kind of just want to negatively review it because it's just like, it just doesn't deserve Game of the Year, and I feel like people like me who bought it because it's VR Game of the Year, like, it's saying that, I'm also like streaming it and like, you know, making content out of it, whatever. But I just I don't get it. Let's see the next one. My kind of more recent one. Refunded. How can you shouldn't be able to refund a game but still recommend it. Like, why did you refund it? I refunded the game not because I didn't like it, but because I repurchased on the Quest. Okay, fine. To take advantage of a steep discount. Cool. Fine. Well, let's just. Well, there you go. It's still lame. Yeah, this is graphics should be compared with the original Metro Last Light and Last Light wins in all aspects. Yep. Let's read a little bit of this. This game stinks so badly you can smell it through a gas mask. Pure disappointment. As a fan of the franchise who even worked in quality control for Metro Exodus years ago. Wow, that's cool. I am deeply disappointed with this game's release state and quality. It feels like it's exploiting a well-known brand. Like I said, I feel like people only cared about this because it's Metro. Yet it's hard to call it a part of the universe. The game was rushed with minimal attention to detail, resulting in numerous technical and design issues. Graphics. Metro Redux, which released 10 years ago, was significantly superior in texture quality and overall visuals. The game uses Unreal 5, but it looks like it's built on Unreal 3. Yeah, I don't really understand how it's built in Unreal. It really doesn't. Like, the only thing that makes it feel like it's built in Unreal is, like, the flashlight. Brightness settings do nothing. When was this released? I guess they probably fixed the brightness thing. Okay. So some of these would have been fixed, but not many of them. Ultimately boring. Like, yeah, like if you remotely care about the story, I don't understand it. You could possibly think it's a good story. Like, if you think it's a good story, you don't give a shit about stories. You don't care about good stories at all. There's no way you care about good stories if you thought it was a good story. And I'm glad that this person clearly is a big fan of the Metro series, and the other guy said it was like the Metro 2033 story with Khan, but obviously it's fucking not. Obviously it's not. I guess they've just taken a bunch of parts of the story from Metro 2033 and just, you know, fucking mince them up and then put them in a blender and then poured it out, and then there you go, there's the story. Terrible combat system, and UIs in general. Combat tutorial doesn't match the experience of the first encounter. Yeah. I can barely remember it now. Game lacks a weapon attachment system. Yeah. And the only throwable item is dynamite. Yeah. Yeah. Like, see? Like that. There's so many things that they could have done that they just didn't do because the game's shit, basically. And then people want to give an excuse and say, blah, blah, blah. I just don't understand how people are like so okay with like just garbage. Like, it baffles me. It baffles me. So-called revolutionary. Revolutionary AI? What? 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 What do you mean? What was that? Is that in the marketing? Was that in the marketing? What the fuck? Okay. So-called revolutionary AI is laughable. When you kill one enemy, the others panic and run in circles like it was an old-school shooters from the early 2000s. In 90 seconds, they go back to patrolling as if nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah. There are multiple tedious encounters where you simply have to endure waves of enemies. Yes. Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's shit. I don't like walking into a room and then, enemy, killed enemy, next bit. God, man. That's such shit design. Such shit fucking game design. And in a VR games, there are several sequences where you're riding a train shooting waves of Nasalises, yeah. Reused repeatedly with no variation. Yeah, honestly, I can't believe they did that. Like, the first time where I was like, a turret section, like, this is fucking weird and lame, and then they kept doing it. They kept doing it. Arena with no variation is dull even the first time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did say that. And nothing changes. The last ride even drags on for around 2 minutes. Simply boring. Yeah, and you just gotta, like, sit around and, like, listen to some dialogue in between shooting some stuff. Inventory and weapon controls are awkward. You have to twist your arms to manage gadgets and guns. Yeah, that's what I was saying. When you get out of the backpack, you are like twist your thing to get the little fucking torch winder out. I mean, it didn't really bother me. I thought it was fine, to be honest, but I could see how some people might struggle with that. The world feels static. Yeah, 100% agree with that. That's what I was saying, like, the game just needs more, like, did I say that? Did I mention it? I thought it, anyway, but I feel like the game needed to be more dynamic in, like, so many aspects, and it wasn't at all. The world feels static. You can pick up and throw bottles or gunpowder cans, both of which can be used for enemy distraction. Other props are attached to the surface with super glue. Yeah. You can't even pick up plush teddy bears. You know what I mean? Like, see, like that. I just like, how are people saying there's good physics interactions? Like, you can't pick up half the shit that it seems like you should be able to pick up. You know, like, and I feel like I know why. It's because it would affect performance if they had a bunch of physics objects. Because when I was throwing those bottles that smashed, when they smashed, like, I'd get noticeable performance drops. So I feel like they purposely didn't make a bunch of physics things because the game is poorly optimized, and they would have to optimize it if they actually wanted physics objects in the game. But plush Nasalis can be picked though. Not sure what's the logic behind that. Yeah, like right at the start, yeah. So yeah, I feel like the logic behind this is that most people will play it for an hour and be like, oh wow, this is really cool, you can pick up the guitar and play the piano and use this plushie and pick up this book and do all this stuff, and then as soon as you start actually playing the actual game, you can't do fuck all, you can't do anything. That's the logic behind it, is that it gives people, it makes people, and what the other review said, where it's like the first 2 hours feels pretty good. There's good voice acting, but it's also like slow, so you have to spend a bunch of time, and then there's the starting bit where it feels all interactive, and there's a bunch of like people like talking about stuff and saying stuff, and there's little stories going on, and it makes it feel all like alive and dynamic, and you're like, oh wow, this is cool. But then the more you go into it and the more you play, the less and less that becomes. There are scripted events while camera shakes like you're in the epicenter of an earthquake. Amazing feeling in VR. Yeah. The save load system is broken. Dying in certain areas can sometimes teleport you forward in the story. I had that experience, or kind of, where I just ran through and then I died and it made me load further into the game. Stealth is theoretically possible but frequently fails, often due to glitches, especially during takedowns that don't execute properly. I think they fixed that a little bit, it seems like, but also this is the other thing, is if you're trying to do stealth and then you fuck up and then it just ruins everything, you know what I mean? Which I guess you can run away and hide, and they'll like just be like, oh, it's been in my imagination, let's just go back to patrolling normally. You know, which once again is kind of lazy and stupid, doesn't really make any sense. On several missions involving spiders, you'll be disappointed to know they're unavoidable. However, the developers recently confirmed on Twitter that they'll release a patch for people with arachnophobia. You know, I do want to replay the game with the arachnophobia thing on and see what they replace it with. Because if they replace it with, like, I know there are some games that, I can't remember what game it is, but there's a game where there's spiders in it and they have an arachnophobia setting, and it just replaces like the entire asset with the word spider, I think, and then I think that's it. Maybe it has legs or something like that, which I feel like if you have arachnophobia, even like having to look at the word spider probably isn't particularly nice. You know, that if there's stuff that makes you think of spiders and you've got arachnophobia, it's, you know, I don't think people understand how phobias work properly. Whatever. The final chapter has a few very annoying encounters, and as a bonus, run without equipment segment. Yeah. Well, you don't have a flashlight, I need to do find a way in almost pitch dark. That's really stupid as well. That's really dumb. I'm kind of curious to see what the thing is. I don't care that much though. I don't care that much. Ultimately boring plot and poor level art and design. Yeah, let's see what this guy says. I finished the game and honestly the story's weak. It's barely worth time invested. Hard agree on that. It's definitely not interesting. That's a great fucking start. It's definitely not interesting. That's fucking amazing. I love that. Oh yeah. Like, I feel like the most interesting part was me complaining about how fucking stupid the story was, and like pretending to constantly make an excuse by saying I'm a doctor to everything. That was the most interesting part. It's to me, at least, is making fun of it. Storyline about one of the franchise's most intriguing side characters is completely empty. Oh, so Khan was a side character from Metro 2033. Oh, that's sad. I thought it was a completely original story and had like nothing to do with the other games, but it's fucking, oh. And it's an actual interesting side character as well. Like, I mean, I feel like this guy, you know, has his brain switched on, and one of the franchise's most intriguing side characters. Oh, that's an oof, dude. That sucks. That really sucks. That I'll be honest, that makes me want to play Metro 2033 just to see what, I need to make sure my Spotify doesn't go into other songs. But yeah, like, oh, that really fucking sucks. That really sucks, to be honest. Yeah, it makes me want to play 2033 just to see what Khan is in that game. Because, yeah, the Khan in this game was like, his entire character was, I'm a doctor and I help people. But also I have this inner fucking demon in me, or this inner rage or whatever, you know. That's his entire character. I literally, I don't even know what his fucking character is. Storyline about one of the franchise's most intriguing side characters completely empty. That is so sad. The beginning is repetitive. You're going on a mission to find medicine for your wife. No new ideas, just reusing Artyom's and Anna's arc from Exodus. Oh yeah. See, but like that makes sense because Artyom's actually like, what do they call it in? They have the name for Metro, but Artyom is like a guy that actually does stuff, and he is an actual like survivor soldier type of guy, right? So it actually makes and I can't remember it properly, man. And Anna's the yeah. I can't remember it properly. I'm gonna like butcher it if I start talking about it, but I mean, to like, I don't even remember it. So to me, if I don't remember it, that means like everything was fine. I only remember stuff if it was like, wow, that was just like unbelievably stupid like this. Unfortunately, very sadly. Man, that sucks. They just stole that, and they just didn't even make it like make sense properly because he's just a doctor. That's so fucking stupid. That's so stupid. Game is completely linear with no good/bad karma system. Oh yeah, like they could have had it so you had different endings if you didn't kill people or whatever. But no, it's just your wife dies and then you bring her to heaven or whatever. Throughout the entire journey, we'll only be walking, shooting and collecting ammo/medkits, as there are almost no interesting stories to overhear or learn from NPCs. Big true, big true. As for story challenges, beside combat, there are a few puzzles, but those are pretty much simple and could be solved by a person with a room temperature IQ. Is there puzzles? There are a few puzzles. What puzzles? Puzzles. I can't even remember what puzzles there were. I guess they didn't even compute as puzzles in my brain. Puzzles. I don't even know. I don't even know. Blah, blah. Yep. If you've seen and completed the first few levels, you've essentially seen everything in the game has to offer. True, pretty much. All maps are identical with thousands of reused props/art. Only the first chapter has some cool looking areas, which vanish from memory quickly. True. Very true. And imagine that game from Metro franchise has 0 surface visits. Yeah. Excuse me. Facts. What? Am I missing something? Which vanish from memory quickly. And imagine the game from Metro franchise has 0 surface visits. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the surface is like a very big part of Metro. And it's like, just get my standing mat, very fancy. Yeah, I felt like that's a bit stupid, but once again I feel like it was because, you know, having to make a big open surface area takes a lot more effort and art direction and everything than just making a dark tunnel with some dead people in it. So, that's probably why. Fact. For entire 12 chapters of game, we'll be lurking in a dark tunnel, technical rooms, nothing about dead Moscow. Yeah. You can't buy or sell anything, there are no vendors and almost no peaceful stations. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is like, how I was saying there's no time to like reflect or think about anything, or like, you know, there's no time to just breathe and like think about what's just happened. I think the big reason is because there's no peaceful areas, there's no vendors, there's no nothing, and then like all the other games I feel like there are sections where it's like you can just chill for a bit, you know what I mean? You can just think about what's happened, like gear up, you know, upgrade weapons, do whatever, make ammo, whatever it is. Yeah, I feel like that. And they literally had like a fucking, they literally had a vendor. I wonder if that was cut from the game because they couldn't finish it in time. Probably not. They probably didn't bother. Only a few missions meet the overall narrative standards of the Metro 2033 series, specifically the Pipes Maze and Tea Party. Yeah, those, yeah. Like, that Tea Party bit was the only interesting part of the entire story. That was the only interesting part. Man, I can't believe that. I can't believe that was the only bit. And like, I can barely remember it, or it doesn't even come to my head, because it's like surrounded by all this other fucking nonsense. And yeah, like the pipes thing was interesting, was pretty cool. Although it was fucking horrible to experience, so. However, even in the first of these 2 missions above, the developers managed to mess up, forcing you to go through part of it again, with a bit different ending this time, but it's not interesting for a second time. Yeah, you have to like run back through that fucking tunnel bit. The pipe maze thing. That's fucking stupid. And last but not least, there's only one finale, which I describe as tragic happy end. No alternatives available. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. That's a good way to describe it. I don't know, I feel like describing it like that doesn't exactly do it justice though either, because it's just like it's a weird ending. It's a weird ending. Sum up. I pre-ordered the game. Fucking oof, dude. Fucking oof. Hoping it would be a worthwhile project, but unfortunately that was a mistake. Indeed. By the way, never ever pre-order games. Alright, I've got that out of the way. Never. Even if you think the game's amazing, literally, don't fucking do it. Okay, don't do it. There's literally no reason to do it. Okay? If you think, oh, the pre-order bonus, you're a fucking, you are, like, you got brain damage, right? Like, that shit ain't fucking worth it. Like, wait for it to come out, see if it's got terrible reviews. If it doesn't, and it's got good reviews, then fucking buy it. Okay? Like, the reason you would want to pre-order a game, like, back in the day, is because it might be out of stock. You know what I mean? Nowadays, there is literally no reason to pre-order a game. If you like the game, wishlist it on Steam. Okay, because then that lets, like, the developers know and Steam know that, like, people want the game or whatever. But don't fucking pre-order games, alright? It's stupid. It's stupid. Like, I don't understand, like, how many years of people saying don't pre-order video games is gonna take for people to stop pre-ordering. Like, even this guy, it seems like he's got his head fucking screwed on. Still pre-ordered a video game, bro. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? At this point, I can't recommend paying full price, even for the standard edition. But, what do you mean even for the standard edition? Because it's like less money? The game currently lacks polish, wait for patches. Wait for a sale, but don't buy it now or you'll be disappointed. Right now it feels like the publisher decided to quickly and cheaply parasite off the brand. Yep. Releasing a VR game built on downgraded assets from over 10 years ago. P.S. I know that Vertigo developed this, sadly not for a... It's for the people that did Metro originally. Apparently it seems like Vertigo knows how to make fun zombie shooters in VR. I have nothing against Arizona Sunshine, but they are not yet ready to deliver proper Metro franchise game. Yep. I'd agree, Big old discussion. What crack are you smoking, bro? The weapon mechanics are so good. No, they're not. They're good. They're fine. For example, in Alex, you need get weapon from arm. Here you can use both arms, your front, your leg. What? And inventory are so creative. I play in hard difficulty and I enjoy it. Good for you, bro. Good for you, bro. Doesn't make anything he said not true. I not alone to think graphic very What's this like terrible broken English? Are these all like Russian people? I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah. But for my opinion, this is Arizona Sunshine reskin made with bare minimal input, and no, this is not my VR upload. What a fucking what a fucking moronic twat, honestly. Sounds like this is your first VR shooter. How does this sound like it's his first? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Look how detailed. What are you? What? Like, and then half of the shit he's saying, it has nothing to do with the gunplay. And also his thing is that because in Alex you only have like one-handed weapons. Like if you want good gunplay, like go play like Onward or horseshoes and hand grenades or whatever the fuck that's called, hot dogs and hand grenades. Like if you want good gunplay that feels good to actually do it and it's really real and it's realistic. Hot dogs, was it? Let me find it. Hot dogs, hot dog. This. Play hot dogs, horseshoes and hand grenades, because this shit is like proper simulator style game, right? See this fucking dunce fucking saying, oh, I don't think you've, this sounds like your first VR. Bro, it sounds like you've played like 2 fucking VR games, man. I've lost it now. This one, let's keep getting annoyed by stupid people and saying stupid things. Guessing it does not hold up with, let's say, Half-Life Alex and gameplay wise is at least fun. So we says to this. This is quite dumb, but I was expecting Alex quality for some reason. Yes, that is very fucking dumb. But it looks very ugly, unfortunately. I had to refund. It's really sad I had to. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Hard to compare this to anything just yet. While this game has the potential to explore one of the most interesting characters in the franchise, Khan even had his own playable mission as a DLC for Metro Last Light. Currently it seems that the game repeating previous plot according to the official description. You're a Sidara doctor, blah, 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 blah. Does this sound familiar? If yes, you got it right. Artyom had similar look for medicine story in Exodus a few years ago. I can't say I'm entirely happy with how the story is going, however I can't say the opposite either. I'm only about 40% through. I could rush it through it at full sales, but honestly I don't feel the need. So far it doesn't deliver the same enjoyment as previous games in the series. Yes. See, I mean, that's also the biggest thing, is that because it's got the Metro name attached to it, you have to compare it to the other Metro games. And compared to the other Metro games, it's not even remotely close. Like, let alone comparing it to Half-Life Alex, you know what I mean? Like, when the second half of the game started reusing areas we'd already been, so I gave up. This game feels like such a rush job, it's ridiculous. I've not bothered playing any VR game after Half-Life Alex. You should think that the devs would learn a thing or two, but no, my VR has now solely used for adult videos. Can I give him some points? That's funny. I'd suggest to look at Boneworks, yeah, Bone Labs, yeah, Into the Radius. Yeah, I've heard people suggest Into the Radius, and I do have the game, so... But there's Into the Radius 2 that's come out, but it's got worse reviews than Into the Radius. And this has, you know what, yeah, I'll try Into the Radius. Because that's kind of, well, it's stalkery, I think, stalkery. It's like the Stalker games where there's like anomalies, and I think. But then it's also like Tarkov where you get stuff, from my understanding. Yeah. Okay, that's on the list, Into the Radius. Yeah, Boneworks, Bone Labs, very good. Even Arizona Sunshine from the same developers was a good game, but as for Metro, this looks like a big elf franchise. Yeah, I mean, Arizona Sunshine, it's fun. It's a zombie VR game that's semi-decent. So, yeah, I don't really understand how people haven't played Boneworks and Bone Labs, because they are from like people that work at Corridor Digital. So I don't like. You know, that's got the whole like influencer thing to it or whatever. So I don't really understand how people don't seem to know that these exist. I think the game was designed for standalone systems graphically. yeah, it's like fucking console graphics or whatever, and it's like, great, that's why I bought a 4090, so I could have console graphics, really good. There's little to no index support. Yeah. The graphics look like the standalone Quest game, performance-wise the same. I chose to not get this despite having a beefy synopsis and whatnot. All the regrets for us to go with it. The game was rushed to meet the release of the new Vive, which was a letdown from the start. The game is meant for the headset, and the other pieces of garbage like its standalone system. Yeah, okay. How companies are downgrading games to the specs of the standalone. Yeah, sad, big sad. Thank you that Valve didn't care about money and we have a masterpiece game. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, if it wasn't for Valve, like, the best game we would have would be, like, Boneworks and, like, Blade and Sorcery. Which, don't get me wrong, like I said, like, big fan of Blade and Sorcery. Love Blade and Sorcery a lot. And that's made by... I think it was made by one guy who then, like, started hiring other developers, and now he's got, like, a small indie team. But Blade and Sorcery was made by, like, a small indie team, you know? And, like, it's really fucking good. And I'm annoyed that it didn't get VR Game of the Year. I feel like it was robbed for VR Game of the Year. Like, it's fucking bullshit. You know, I'm all for indie developers, especially when they make an actual, like, really good game. But no, yeah, give it to the fucking... whatever. As a developer myself, I'm very tempted to create a game on my own. How hard can it be? Seriously, almost no AAA can develop a proper game for VR, it seems. Although that's the only exception. Yeah. However, why don't they just convert a game to VR like Bethesda made with Fallout 4? Yeah, yeah. Even if the interactions isn't great for VR, the gameplay and graphic of VR is, and that's why I returned to this game after its release. Instead of trying to create a new game for Quest, I should just port Metro Exodus to VR. Like, honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, Metro 23 Last Light and Redux already can be played in VR, but via Warp X. However, it lacks full motion tracking, but it has better picture than in Awakening. But you're right, it'd be better to play VR ports of legacy Metro games, at least those were interesting and fun. Awakening didn't spark joy at all. Yeah. Totally agree, this is shameful, the visuals are so bad it's unbelievable for a 2024 PC VR release. I suspect this is due to either developer lack of VR dev skills or simply that they targeted Quest because of Quest stuff. You know, this is literally just making me want to replay Alex, as this guy's saying. Like, I thought that was so good, man. Like, it looked fucking good, it felt good, it ran good. Like, I don't understand how these developers are so fucking shit. Like, how are they so shit? How are they so bad? Oh, and like, fucking shills want to make excuses for this type of stuff, where it's like, we literally have a perfect example of what a good VR game should be, and it is possible to make a good VR game that runs well, looks good, and like interacts really well. Like, it's possible, okay? It's not like, oh, it's really hard, oh, it's so hard. Fucking figure it out. That's your job. You are a game developer. That's your fucking job. Oh god, oh god. Makes my fucking blood boil. But unfortunately, most game developers do it because money. And that's why most games are garbage. I don't agree about the visuals, they're really bad, especially compared to previous games in the franchise. What surprises me most is that the developers clearly know how to make VR games. They just create 2 solid Arizona Sunshines. Man, I mean, Arizona Sunshine is just like, it's a bit meh. Like, it's not a very good one, like, especially compared to like Boneworks and stuff like that. It's not very good. Which you could describe as a funny shooting range with moving targets and cringy yet hilarious humor. Sure, yeah. Those are zombie shooters and hero talks much. Yeah. However, in this game, sense of fun is entirely absent as a core element. Yeah, that's honestly my biggest complaint about all this thing, about this entire game, is that it's simply like, regardless of if you think the story is good or bad, regardless of if you think graphically it's good or bad, regardless if you think the gunplay is good or bad, regardless of all of that, the major problem is the game is just not fun. It's anxiety inducing, it's scary, and like not in a good way, not in like oh, I'm playing Outlast and it's all like, ooh, spooky, ooh. It's shit. It's not like, it's not nice to be in. It's not like, it doesn't feel like a challenge particularly. Like the major scary parts were like fucking jump scares, and it's like, ugh, you know, and you're just creeped out the whole time. And once again, not in a good way. Like it's just miserable. It's just shit. It's not fun. And the only enjoyment you get out of it is like, I'm in the Metro universe. Wow, I love Metro so much. I'm in the Metro universe and I get gun and go boop 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 boop. That's all the enjoyment you get out of it. But it's not actually a fun video game, which, in my opinion, like I feel like the entire point of video games is to have fun and enjoy yourself. Like, why else do you play a video game other than to like have fun and like, you know, it's escapism. Video games are supposed to be escapism, and if it's not enjoyable to be in the video game or to play the video game, what's the point? What's the point? You know, you know, like, yeah, I wonder why people pre-order games. This essentially makes games come out unfinished. As someone who worked in QC, you should know it firsthand. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. I trusted both the brand, Metro franchise, and the developer, having enjoyed Arizona Sunshine games, so I thought it would be a good combination. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. Like, it literally, it does not fucking matter if you're like, oh, I really like this game, and I like the developers, and oh, whatever. Like, don't. For like, literally, there's no reason. Like, these are companies, right, that are here to make money. They're not like, oh, I'm gonna trust you. I trust you. You know, they're not like, oh, I trust you, friend. Like, no, dude, they're a company making a game to sell. They're making a product to sell to you. That, regardless of anything. But instead of requesting a refund, I decided to finish the game post my honest review based on my experience after playing until the end. That's sure, fair enough. Good. I've seen many people enjoying the game and I'm happy for them. For me, though, it's a complete disappointment. Sad face. Yeah, it's just still like, I knew this was going to be nothing but complete shit all of a game. Brutal, dude. Brutal. Bro really expected a fully fleshed out Metro game. Baseball. It's one of the first AAA franchises to actually risk making a VR game for the spin-off it's trying to be. It's actually not that bad. Agree, the game just lacks in every aspect. I have a 4060 no issues with graphics on max settings in MetaQuest here, if that means anything to it, and it's the most immersive game I've played, and I've played stuff like Half-Life, and this is their first. What? And it's the most immersive game I've played, and I've played stuff like Half-Life Alyx, and this is their first VR game? No, it's not. Did you read the review, you fucking dunce? It's made by Vertigo, people that made the Arizona Sunshine games, you fucking clown. They did a lot of VR games previously, and this is this one is their worst. Yes, nothing changed since release, it's still lame, happy for your MQTN, that works around for it, and trust me, graphics could be compared with the original. Like see, like what is that? No issues with graphics? It's like console players. I don't know if anybody remembers, but like back in the day when console players were like 30 FPS is I don't even notice the difference between 60 FPS and 30 FPS. 30 FPS is fine. You know what I mean? And now literally every single person wants 60 FPS minimum. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I remember back in the day people saying, like, you can't even see past 30 FPS. Like, you can't see any visual difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS. Or, like, the human eye can't see more than 30 FPS. Which, like, you know, is obviously what some like brain dead fucking console player who's like a 7-year-old would say, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's still funny nonetheless. But you know, it's exactly like that. It's like, I have no issues with the graphics. It's like, cool, good for you, good for you. But as someone who's spent a lot of money on their system, specifically to enjoy nice, immersive, like high fidelity graphics, it's kind of shit. You know, like, I can't believe there's not a single comment that's actually tried to like retort anything he said, or actually, like, you know what I mean, there's not a single person that's been like, actually really enjoyed the game, and I think being a bit harsh on it, and like, although I do agree with some of the things you said, I do think this game is actually not too bad, you know, and it's pretty good and whatever. And I guess this first guy said it, but then he begins with a fucking cunty, moronic, fucking stupid things. Like, why does everybody who's like has to defend the game has to just say something stupid? You know, like that's also another sign. Is like almost every single person that likes the game says something like moronic as well. I wonder what type of people like like this game. Anyway, well, there's how long have I been going on? Ages, way too long. Well, there's a bit of extra fun. No. Fucking hell, I've been talking about 3 hours just randomly. I can really rant and go on, can't I? Jesus Christ. Well, there's a nice little extra addendum of the whole Metro Awakening thing. Seeing what other people think. Yeah, I mean, what's this? I'm sure why people are throwing shade at this game. It's the VR game of Metro, and people are acting like it should be like the previous Metro games. I've really enjoyed what I've played of it. 3 hours, yeah, of course, you fucking twats. Like, play the entire game, please, dude. I've played of it so far, and would totally recommend it to anyone who likes a VR game with a good mix of tale telling and action. Is it as good as Half-Life Alyx? No. Is it bug-free? Also no. Is it still a great VR game with gritty atmosphere, fun game mechanics, and an engrossing storyline? Like, you've played 3 fucking hours of the game. How can you say the storyline is engrossing, dude? You played 3 hours of the fucking game, man. What's engrossing about it? Oh, my wife needs medication. It's so engrossing, man. Like, I'm so invested in getting my wife her meds. And once again, another syndrome of just saying, oh, it's good, without actually explaining why you think it's good. It's just a fun game mechanic. What game mechanics are fun? Please explain. Please explain how they're fun. Which ones? The one where you get the gun out and you go pew 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 pew. Oh, it's so fun. It's so good. God, it pisses me off, man, so much. Like, let's see what this guy. 10 hours. Immersive environment, the different recreating stations, and it's most noticeable. Yeah, the thing is, right, when they say they do, like, people say they do a fantastic job at recreating the stations, like, that's not hard. That's not hard. Like, that's the easiest possible thing you can do, because guess what? You've literally got a fucking... Oh, God. You're literally just copying. You're just copying. Like, if they fuck that up, then they're just like... They're like... They're more useless than like... That's standard. That's a standard, bro. And it's the most noticeable when travelling through office corridors, especially the train tunnels. You feel like you're back in Metro. Yeah, but that's not hard, bro, because guess what you could do? You could just get a VR mod for those games and then just experience it anyway. Like, that's not hard, bro. What's hard is actually... Oh. Decent story. 4 point... How? Like, what stories have you been fucking reading? What stories have you been listening to? Have you been watching? Have you been, like, are these people, like, they think, like, Transformers is, like, a really good storyline. I really like Transformers. You know what I mean? Like, what have you been watching that has made your standards so fucking low that you think this is a decent story? Like, at best, it's a passable story. You know, at best. At worst, it's a nonsensical mess. You know? Like... Annoys me. Good gunplay, it's not the best in VR, but they nail all the basics, sure. Enemy air is pretty good for the VR space. Enemies will flank and move around to kill you. I didn't notice that once. It can be challenging even on normal difficulty. That's a skill issue, bro. I think that's a skill issue. I didn't find it challenging at all. There's a few times I died, but it was more because I just wasn't trying all that hard, and I was just like standing up too much, and I didn't like use my meds as often as I should have. Great performance. Though I had to run the game with Steam VR XR overlay and not allow virtual desktop or Oculus to take over. If you do, you'll experience low FPS dips and stuttering. Make sure you take the 5 minutes to set your configuration correctly. Con's environment is not as interactive as it appears. Lots of invisible walls, fake drawers, and items that can't actually be touched. Also disappointed to see how items you can touch move naturally through the environment. I was also disappointed to see how items you can touch move naturally through the environment. I don't understand what that sentence means. Slow start to the game in chapter 1-2. Yeah, minor texture glitches. Yeah, green light over the generates comical. Playing to the least common denominator. Yep. Quest 3, though the game plays well, the overall feeling like sure doesn't made feel. There's a great game here. Metro is on VR, and Vertigo Games does an overall decent job recreating the environment and delivering a fun game. I'm halfway through, but happy with my purchase. Excuse me. I think it's worth the $40 or less on sale. Overall 3 out of 5. Meets expectations. See, the thing is, right, if this wasn't VR Game of the Year, I would agree. I would agree that, yeah, it meets expectations. It's not the best game ever. It's a cool Metro game. It's the type of spooky atmosphere that I was expecting. I wasn't expecting there to be loads and everything, but because it's VR Game of the Year, I was expecting a fucking Game of the Year. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like I'm being unreasonable in expecting a VR Game of the Year from VR Game of the Year. Am I? Hello? Whatever. That's probably why the recent reviews have gone down to 70%, because there's a bunch of people trying out the game because it's VR Game of the Year and being like, this isn't VR Game of the Year. It's not Half-Life Alyx, but certainly not another poor indie title. I mean, yeah, fucking obviously you twat, because it's not by indie developers, you fucking cunt. There's a good game to be played here and worth the price of admission. I don't agree with the price. I really don't. Like, maybe that these people have plenty of money to waste, but like, if I wasn't streaming it and stuff, like, I would be pretty pissed about how much money I spent. But like, at least I'm getting something out of it, even if that is just me fucking ranting for like hours. Like, bro, one of the reasons the Metro games are so appealing is their strong dedication to immersion. That is also why there is no franchise in this entire world that would better fit for VR. Hard disagree with that. as I said before, like, I love Metro, but its atmosphere and everything, it's oppressive, you know? And being in VR, especially for like a dozen hours, it becomes very much not enjoyable after a certain length of period, because the atmosphere is just so oppressive and depressing and shit. There's just like corpses everywhere, you know what I mean? But sure, whatever. And also the game wasn't all that immersive in sections and those things. That was very immersion breaking. Yeah. Metro Awakening is an awesome Metro game. A great addition to the series and a good VR game on top of that. One that is unfortunately held back in some key areas. See, like, even every single good review, they're like, yeah, I like the game and I enjoyed it and I recommend it, but there are some things that are kind of shit about it. Yeah, like every single fucking review, every review is like, yeah, there's things that, you know, could be better. Like, repetitive and everything. Like, come on, like, how... That alone, them like reusing fucking environments and making you like backtrack through stuff, and like, how is that not obviously like, wow, that's lazy? Like, immediately when I was like, oh, we're going through the same area again, I was like, did they like run out of time or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, they didn't do it because it actually makes sense for the story. Whatever, they did it to pad out the fucking game. Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm done with the reading. And also, like, every single review is like, it's not Half-Life Alyx. It's like, yeah. Like, why does everyone want to compare this to Half-Life Alyx? I don't get it. You know, like, I was comparing it to Half-Life Alyx. Well, not even, they're not comparing it to Half-Life Alyx. They're just saying it's not Half-Life Alyx. It's not as good as Half-Life Alyx. It's like, well, fucking duh. Like, I'm just using, whenever I talk about Half-Life Alyx, I'm using it as an example of what, you know, a good VR game looks like or has, which this lacks, which should be, like, easy to implement. Like, I'm not expecting them to make another Half-Life Alyx game, but there are some things where it's like let's look at how old Half-Life Alyx is, because yeah, I'm not saying it should be like Half-Life Alyx, but there are... What's that? But there are... 2020, bro. It came out 5 years ago. What the fuck? What the fuck? It came out 5 years ago. It came out 5 years ago. Like, this is what I mean, right? Like, I'm not expecting it to, like, look as amazing or be as good, or, like, the texturing and the mesh quality and blah, 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 to be as good as Alyx. Like, that's not what I'm saying when I mention Half-Life Alyx. What I'm mentioning is that there are clear, like, I can't think of the word. Like, also, I should really take these gloves off. I'm just wearing them for, like, no reason. There are clear, like, I think of how to word this properly. Like things that are clearly good for VR. It's not. I feel like there's a really good way to word this, but my brain isn't like doing it. Like, I feel like there's a lot of things in Half-Life Alyx that should have set a standard for VR games, right? Like having like a variety of things going on, right? Like having unique environments, like you know, like gameplay wise, you know, like I can't think of a proper way to word it the way I want it, but yeah, I just feel like there's to reset that. Like, there should be Like when a game comes out and it like redefines like a genre of game, right? Type of thing. I feel like Half-Life Alyx was that, where it should have redefined the idea of what a good VR game is. But yet, 5 years later, people are still not getting it. Like the coolest thing about VR is that you get to like be in the environment. You know what I mean? So you want the environments to be unique. You know, you want the like puzzles or things that you've got to do in it to be 3D, to be interactive, to, you know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be as like smart as this, or, you know, as good as this or whatever, but like just come on. See, like there are so many little bits in this game where it's like you're walking through and then it's like, oh, cool, just cool shot of like whatever's happening, and then something happens and you're like, oh wow, that's really cool, you know? There's like so many scenes like that in Half-Life Alyx that make the world feel alive, that make the game feel dynamic, that make you look at all this cool stuff and this cool scenery, you know? Like that alone, like even if Half-Life Alyx didn't had a shit story, just the environments alone would be like, wow, what a beautiful game, you know? Like just the composition of how things are laid out, like god, there's more than just copy fucking, just make it Metro. You know what I mean? Like in Metro there's like loads of beautiful fucking like vistas and sceneries and all these like creepy like sort of, I want to say dioramas, but that's not really the right word exactly, but you know what I mean, like these like snapshot scenes of like, wow, that's cool, that's interesting, that's like, but so many of those scenes in Metro were just like, here's a room with a bunch of fucking dead bodies in it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't even play with the lighting or anything. Like they had the flares, and it's just like they just plonked the flares wherever, whatever. It didn't. There's so many things about it that's just so bad, man. The more and more I think about it, the more little bits are just like, what? And this is the other thing is like a lot of people don't seem to realize that, like when you review something, like, well, not review something, but when you're thinking about something, right? You think about what's there, right? And I feel like most people, I don't know, that like don't have the ability to realize that, like, what's not there. You know what I mean? Like people only see what they see, they don't see what they don't see. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they like, right, if you're watching a movie or, you know, any type of media that is created, right? That creation can be made however the creator wanted it to be made. Obviously there are limitations and blah 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 blah. But for the most part, the creation can be however the creator wants it to be, especially like a video game. Like like the story can be absolutely anything they want it to be. They could have not had it related to any of the other Metro games and had it completely something else, you know. Obviously the limitations for the Metro game is that it has to be set in the Metro universe and stuff like that, and there has to be certain, like, you know, there's radiation and there's Nisalis and there's all these other things and raiders and slavers, blah blah. But like those are the pieces that you've got to, like, you know, use. You know, it's like sculpting some clay. You know, it's like you gotta work out how to work the clay properly. You know, and what you have there. But ultimately, you can craft it and change it in any way you see fit, really. You know, and if you want to get creative, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. You know what I mean? You can really go out there and really, you know, you might think, oh, that can't be possible. How can somebody possibly make that in clay? But guess what? Then you do some stuff. You use some fucking wire or whatever. Maybe this metaphor is going a bit too far, but like, especially in a VR game, in a virtual world, they can make anything they want to, right? So you have to be like, why did they do this rather than anything else? And if you think about it that way, it just makes the game even even worse, because there's so many decisions of like there's so many decisions of like, but why this, you know? Why not add this, or why have this, you know? Like, why make it this long? Like, just all these things, and people only, like, a lot of people only can comprehend what they are like looking at and comprehending, if you know what I mean. Like with people that think the story is good, I feel like a lot of those people, and this goes like pretty heavily for movies as well, people don't seem to realize like they can make the story whatever the fuck they want it to be, you know? So like, do you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm explaining this properly or very well, if it makes sense, but yeah, they could have made it literally anything else, but they decided on Khan specifically. They decided on him being a doctor, him finding medicine, him doing this and doing that, and all his motivations. And I think, like I said in the previous stream, like, or what was it, this one? I've talked for so long, I've forgotten what I fucking talked about. Whatever. I mentioned like how they could have done it a different way, right? Where like the settlement he's in is like attacked, and then he wakes up, and then the whole story is him basically just surviving, but also having to find his wife, you know, like still keeping in a lot of the core elements of finding his wife and all of this sort of stuff, but make it in a way where it's like you're actually driven to do what you're doing, rather than just, I feel obligated to go out and get medication for my wife because I'm a good husband. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't like, you can make the story whatever you want, so why did they not make it in a way that actually makes sense? Like, it's just, they just made it like really basic and stupid, and like a child could have written the story. It just doesn't make sense. But like, hopefully you kind of get what I mean when I say that, because yeah, they really could have done anything with it, and what they ended up with is man wants to find medication for his wife, because they can add some drama later on about it, and they can be like, oh, I'm sorry that I medicated you, I'm sorry for all the things I've done and doubting you. It's just like, way too late with that, bro. She's literally fucking dead. She's literally dead, all because of you. Like, literally, everything that's happened has been because he decided to go out and get medication. You know what I mean? Everything that's happened has been because he decided to go out and get medication. Like, if he didn't go, the wife, I don't think, would have just magically left on her own, so therefore she wouldn't have been kidnapped, and therefore, like, she wouldn't have been second kidnapped from the people that kidnapped her, from the worm people that want her because they want to sacrifice her. I don't even know why the worm people got her in the first place. I guess they just fucked up the slavers and then just took her or whatever. I don't even like. Yeah, like, there's just so many ways you could have done it that actually makes sense, but they decided on this way, and it's like, why? I think that's all I gotta say, really. I think I've ranted for literally 3.5 hours coming up, and I ranted for hours in the previous stream, so I think at this point I've probably like ranted like nearly as much as I've played the game. or like half the amount of time. Which is, yeah, maybe you can see how much the game annoys me. It's kind of stupid. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Yeah, I think that is one of the worst stories I've had to experience in quite a long time, unfortunately. Yeah, it's all very shallow. It's all very shallow. See, like this intro, like the only real story bits that they have are like, that's the entire story. You walk through camp, you talk to fucking Max. He's like, a wife left, wife leaves. You go through place. You know, like this entire trailer shows you the entire fucking game. And then then you see ghosts, then you deal with worm people, then there's a sacrifice. Metro Awakening, there you go. That you just, you know, fuck watching, how many streams have I done this? 3 streams? 3 streams? Fuck watching 3 multi-hour long streams, just watch this 1 minute and 40-second trailer and you'll get the entire idea of the entire series. Or sorry, not the entire series, the entire game. Yeah, it's just, like...
My story is a tale of rules rewritten by nuclear fire.
Serdar, wake up! Hello.
Doctor.
Yana's not here?
Doctor.
Oh, hey, Serdar!
Have you seen Yana? Max?
Something happened.
She's in no state to be wandering out in the metro alone.
I like that they just completely skipped the part of him getting medication. Let's remove the really dumb thing of him leaving his mentally ill wife to get her medication that he doesn't even know is there or if he can even get any. Yeah, let's just remove that bit.
I need to go after her. Their bodies. They've been arranged in some sort of ritual. Please, just let Yana be all right. What was that? I keep hearing other voices on the radio.
You said there were people there.
Did you not hear any of that? Yana, is that you?
The worm, the worm, the worm.
I'm seeing things. Hearing things. I feel like I'm losing my mind. What is happening? Sometimes we need to become the thing we fear. To prevent something worse.
A funny thing is you didn't prevent shit. You didn't do anything. Like, his wife still died. Like, that's also the other thing that I found really, really bizarre about the story is, like, why they decided to still kill the wife. I mean, I get why they still decided to kill the wife, so then she could be with Petia, what do you say his name? And there's, like, the whole weird ghost train fucking thing. Like, that's why she died. Is to have that whole weird ghost sequence rubbish going on. It's just so shit. It's so shit. I hate it. Like, the more and more I think about the story, the dumber it gets. Like with the ghost train or the heaven train or whatever. Like, why did that just suddenly appear? And then why did, like, a bunch of other ghosts start appearing and being like, yep, this is my train, off we go. Off to heaven. Like, were they just standing around waiting and it's like the heaven train comes around like once a week and all the dead people have to make their way to this fucking this metro station in order to get onto the heaven train, and then deep in the metro there's like the fucking death train or whatever. Like what I like, I don't. I want like all the people that were like screaming and stuff down in the metro, where they're like all like lost souls, as it were, and they haven't found their way to the heaven train, or they haven't just been consumed by the death train. Is that what's going on there? This is also like, I hate having to like speculate about this sort of stuff, like, because it just doesn't, like, even, well, I like speculating about stuff, but it's like SCP stuff and everything, like, you know, but this just doesn't, like, the overall core story of it isn't good enough to be like, but what about this other stuff around it? Like, I wonder what that's all about. You know, how it integrates into the sort of larger story of it, or the main story, whatever. You know, like, but this is just like everything is nonsensical, and then even more when I think about the little side things that are going on, it makes it even more nonsensical. You know. Yeah. There's just, yeah. That was that. That was that. So next stream, I'm gonna do Bone Labs. Check out what that's about. Hopefully it's gonna be a lot more enjoyable than this. In fact, I know it's gonna be a lot more enjoyable than this. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to having some fun with some physics stuff. Yeah, that would be good. That'd be a nice cleanser. Do I have any closing remarks? Yeah, I mean, from like the get-go, it was stupid. So, like, it's just, yeah, just having to get medication for your wife as like the starting motivation is just so unbelievably dumb. It's so dumb, and it's so dumb in so many different ways. It's incredible how, like, I find it like only a human could make up such a fucking dumb story, such a illogical, like, nonsensical, dumb story, because they want to hit certain like story points, or they want to hit certain like dramatic things, you know. And it's like the only way they can hit those dramatic points is like making up a bunch of fucking nonsense, a bunch of just stupid shit that happens to then facilitate this dramatic thing happening. God, it's annoying. Fucking annoying. Like, I just want a good story, man. Like, I just want a cool, good story with interesting characters, maybe some like new concepts, some new ways of thinking about things that are going on or whatever. But no, it's just generic fucking drivel. It's just like I didn't learn a single thing from this game. I didn't learn a single thing from this. In fact, it made me dumber playing this game. It made me more stressed, and it made me dumber. That's my review for the game. Yeah, it's a big shame. This has really left a sour taste in my mouth for the Metro series, which really sucks, because like I said at the start of playing this, I really enjoyed the Metro games, so I think definitely in the future I will have to like go back to Metro Exodus and actually complete the game to yeah, actually enjoy Metro again. I can't get over how much it sucked. And yeah, like, I'm a big story person, so you can tell. So even though the like gameplay was fine, and it's like perfectly enjoyable, whatever, and the atmosphere was sometimes alright, like the entire story like just completely took everything out of it for me. Like I couldn't be immersed because the story's stupid. You know, I couldn't properly enjoy the characters. I couldn't enjoy what's going on. I couldn't. It's just And yeah, I've literally watched children's cartoons that have more depth and better storytelling and more like actual like characters that seem like actual like living fucking beings, like more emotional depth, like an actual interesting character arc, you know. So I'll leave it on this. If you haven't watched Adventure Time, watch Adventure Time. It's a great cartoon. It's a great cartoon that I was semi-recently introduced to like a few years ago, and it's a great cartoon. It's a great series. It's the character arc for like Finn and Jake and stuff like that is amazing. Like when you first start watching, you think this is just a silly kids cartoon, and then suddenly it's like, this is like getting kind of like serious and deep and shit, you know, and not in some fucking stupid shit way like this, and like an actual like, in an actual fucking way. My god. I really need to like watch something that actually has a good story. But like like there's so much shit recently that's just so garbage. I mean, it's just garbage. I need to go eat some food and go to the toilet and stuff. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I need to go sit down and fucking relax for a bit. What's the time? Oh, 12:30. Okay. Bit late. I ranted on way too long there. Didn't realise it'd been going on so long. Yep. There's Metro Awakening. If you're still somehow sticking around, or stuck around, I should say, thanks for watching. Hopefully my ranting was somewhat insightful or interesting or something. I don't know. I hopefully got something out of it, other than just me angry. Me angry. I mean, I'm not that mad. It's just it's a very mid game, and the reviews aren't even that. Like the reviews are exactly what I would expect from a game with these reviews. So the biggest thing that just pisses me off is that it's got VR Game of the Year. That really baffles me a lot. But alas, I've explained why I think it's got VR Game of the Year. I've explained why I don't think it deserves VR Game of the Year. So let me know if you agree with me, if you think I'm being too harsh on it, or I'm right. Let me know what you think. I'd be very interested to hear. I mean, clearly I'm not the only person with the opinions I've got, but I also don't seem, you know, to be in the majority of people. So yeah, please do let me know what you think. I'd be very interested to hear people's opinions on it and what I've said. So there you go. Metro Awakening. Yep, I think that's it. As I said, I will leave you on this. If you want an actual really good story that's surprisingly good, watch Adventure Time. Because, you know, you think it's a kid's cartoon and then suddenly you're like, wow, good shit. It's funny as well. You know, it's well animated, it's funny, it's got good writing, it's got good characters, it's got a good universe. It's like, doesn't take itself too seriously, but does take itself seriously. You know, it's got a good balance of things. It's very good. So if you want something good, and there's quite a lot of it as well. I think there's like 10 seasons or something. That's my recommendation for you. I know that's probably for people that would watch a VR game of Metro, probably not the right type of audience to suggest a kids cartoon, but seriously, like genuinely, I'm not memeing or anything like that. Genuinely, Adventure Time is really fucking good. And for me, it's been like... It's like one of the most compelling stories and character arcs and things that I've watched in recent years. Like, I'm trying to think of anything better that I've watched in the last few years. No, I can't think of anything better. Like, the people behind Adventure Time are like exactly the type of people you'd think would make something like Adventure Time, which I find amazing. There's lots of like there's so many episodes that are so fucking good as well. Honestly, oh god, think about Adventure, it makes me want to watch it now. Fuck. Like there's an episode where they do like claymation, which is fucking epic. There's one where they do like 3D graphics. It's great. It's fucking good. Right? So go watch that, and experience what a good story looks like, with actual interesting characters, and good writing, and funny jokes. Okay, that's all. That's what I'm gonna leave you on. I don't know if that's weird. I don't give a shit. It's a good show. Go watch it. Okay, there's my 3 hour and 40-minute rant about Metro Awakening. Really didn't need to be that long, but 7 out of 10. I think after everything, I've got to bump it down to a 6 out of 10. It's a 6 out of 10. It's a VR game. If you don't care about the story, then it's alright. So don't buy it for 30 quid. That's a rip-off. Buy it for like 15 quid, $15, something like that. And yeah, if you made it this far, here's a fake cookie. There you go. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. I've been talking for 3 now. Okay. Alright, oh my god, I hate my brain so much. Oh, I hate my brain. Okay. It just feels really weird to just say, like, goodbye after I've just been talking for, like, hours. I feel like I need to say more, do more or something. But alas, there's nothing else to do other than say goodbye, so... Yep. Watch Adventure Time, do that, it's good. And I will see you in the next stream, which will be Bone Labs. I might do like a little stream in between Bone Labs, just to let my body rest for a bit. Let my brain recalibrate from the brain cancer I've had to endure. So yeah, coming up, Bone Labs, probably some other stuff. There's some other games like Invincible. I want to check out this. I bought this a while ago, never played it. It's got really good reviews, surprisingly. 97% reviews. So yeah, I've got quite a few little games there to play. I was thinking about carrying on Atomic Heart. So, yep. Gonna maybe do some of that, a short hike. Maybe if I'm feeling all cutesy. System Shock. So yeah, there's a bunch of games that I want to try out, but the next VR one will be Bone Labs. So thank you for watching. Have a good night. If you're still around, like honestly, you're a G. You're a. I'm not gonna fucking say that. I was gonna say Pop G. I hate that clown so much. What's something else? You're a mathematical bro. That's algebraic. There you go. For all my Adventure Time fans out there. That's all I got. do a little crab dance. Okay. Good night or good morning wherever you are. I hope you've enjoyed me playing Metro. Hopefully hopefully it was good, even though I've been complaining about it the entire time. Hopefully you enjoyed. So, as always, make sure to hydrate, make sure to eat some food, do all that good stuff. Go and have a poop or something like that. You know, it's important. Don't hold it in. It's bad for you. So yeah, thanks for watching, and good night. Bye. See ya. Bye.